getting 7 points, but I think they're going off the reaction of Philadelphia losing. But that was a troublesome loss for the Philadelphia Eagles. And will they bounce back with all the question marks that they have? We'll see, because they got some cancer
welcome on in. It's Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago. Alongside Shea Norling, I'm Tyler Rocky. We're with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. And we're not just college ball today, Shea.
No, we'll get to college.
We'll get to college.
We're putting college in the sideline.
And there's some great college stuff today. We're going to be on Lane Watch today because Lane Kiffin is supposedly going to make a decision on his future at some point today. Now, and that's just a whole other can of worms because what's going on right now with Lane Kiffin is just comedy at this point. I don't understand how it's gotten to this point with him, but this is Lane being Lane.
How about last night taking the photo of it's like a cutting board of his father and his father in an Ole Miss hat giving a thumbs up and it's like on the counter in his kitchen and he posts it on Twitter and he goes, "There's my dad, thumbs up. Wish you were here to guide me, bro." And I'm like, he's wearing an Ole Miss hat in the photo you just posted. He's guiding you.
Did you see his confrontation with the reporter yesterday too?
Yeah. It's insane.
We can't even say the words. We can't even say the words.
You want to call me a bleep? Come in here and call me a bleep and see how it goes.
Incredible.
But I'm also like, the reporter's kind of right.
He's kind of right, but I think Lane's also kind of right for
yeah, of course,
standing up for himself a little bit.
You can't it's neither of them are wrong, and it's just theater.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But we do have lots of Bears to get to today because the Bears picked up their biggest win of the season last night, 24-15 on Black Friday over the defending champion Eagles. They moved to 9-3. They're locked into their first winning season since 2018. They have eclipsed their win total over, so congratulations to anyone with a win total ticket. You cashed yesterday. And you're 9-3, sole possession of first place in the NFC North. And on top of that, this is maybe the most mind-blowing part of it. We're about to head into December, and you are currently the 2 seed in the NFC right now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
The turnaround from a year ago, Black Friday, firing your head coach, to all of a sudden, 365 days later, you've got a team that is currently in first place in the division, in a very competitive division. Like, you're not doing this in the NFC South. You're not doing this in the AFC South. You're doing this in the NFC North, a team that last year had 3 teams get into the playoffs, 3 teams crack double-digit wins, and right now you're the top dog among all of them. It is truly amazing what took place yesterday, and the entire team deserves a ton of credit for how it was executed, whether it was the defense coming up with big plays, specifically on the tush push, whether it was the offense and the line and the run game yesterday, doing things that haven't been done in 40 years. Everything about yesterday, it felt great to be a Bears fan.
I'm going to go over the top to start, because first I think there's 3 people who deserve the most credit by far for
Give out your game
the
balls.
win yesterday.
Give out your game balls.
Okay, fine.
Do it like Ben Johnson.
Joe Tooney, Drew Dalman, and Jonah Jackson get the game balls. That was an absolute wrecking crew in the middle of the offensive line.
I would throw Darnell Wright in there too.
Darnell Wright was great, but running between the tackles and against that D-line, and the ability to, a lot of times, like Jordan Davis, a monster, but negating him as much as they did, negating Jalen Carter as much as they did, and you just right through the tackles with Monangai and Swift, it was unbelievable. I have to give credit to Ryan Poles, to Ben Johnson, to everybody involved in bringing those 3 guys here, because you have what I think I was waiting to see. You have a non-negotiable. You have something that on any given Sunday against any team in this league, I believe is maybe the best unit on the football field, and it's your interior offensive line.
Yeah.
It's stellar. The other game ball would go to Nashawn Wright on the tush-push fumble. And I'm at a point where, Nashawn Wright's making me feel okay. Tyreek Stevenson doesn't necessarily have to be here long-term. I don't know if that's too over the top.
That might be a little over the top for me, but
it just, dude, he's responsible for 9 of the 26 takeaways now?
He leads the league in takeaways right now. A guy who wasn't even a starter at the beginning of the year, and he leads the league in takeaways. I think he's got 5 picks and 3 fumble recoveries. Like, that right there shows you everything. The whole next man up thing, it's one of the biggest cliches in sports, obviously, but the flip side of it is you don't expect the next man up to be a star necessarily. All you can ask out of next man up is look like you belong. And it feels like everyone that's been next man up on the Bears looks like they've belonged. When you look at the linebackers and what they've done the last 2 weeks with all the injuries that you've got in your linebacking room right now, with what Nishawn Wright's been doing, with what Ozzie Trapillo's been doing, everything about it is this team has found a way to find impact players. Bringing in C.J. Gardner-Johnson off the scrap heap. It came out of nowhere. I don't understand how this thing has gotten to the point that we're at right now, but this Bears team right now, it's just a fun watch, week in and week out, knowing that you've got a chance. And I think they finally got the validity that they needed by picking up this win against the Eagles. Like, now there's not much you can say about it. Not only was it a win against a team with a good record, it was maybe your most decisive win of the year. I get that you won the Cowboy game by more points. This felt like the most dominant win of the year.
How many times in the broadcast did I, like, Kirk Herbstreit when it's 10-3, and Kirk's like, doesn't it feel like it's 24-3?
Yeah.
And say what you want about the Eagles, their offense has problems. Mm-hmm. Like, it's brutal right now. I do think yesterday, like I said all week, this is either the Eagles get some steam off on you or they start their death spiral. I think we saw it. They're going to start the death spiral here. But you take nothing away from winning that. You were the more physical team on the field. I think that's going to be the case more often than it isn't. It's really stunning that Ben Johnson has made this one of the most physical teams in the NFL. I'm surprised in the way that they dominated Philly, and I think you made yourself a capital C contender.
Yeah. You look at everything was stacked against you in this game. You were on the road, short week, everything's going against you, and you somehow find a way to win and win in convincing fashion against the defending Super Bowl champions. Like, I cannot say enough about this. So a lot of people heading into this game, straddling the fence of what this team is, right? Are they good? Are they just a fun story right now? Like, what does the record truly mean? But yesterday kind of gave you the validity that, okay, yeah, they might be 9-3 good. They might be 9-3 good. It's more than just you are what your record says you are. You might have proven that you are actually 9-3 good.
Because, and nobody was wrong. Like, nobody who was questioning how they got to 8-3 was a bad person for doing it. In the same way that nobody who was just on the euphoria ride was a bad person for not questioning how they got there. But yesterday was always the litmus test, because no matter what you think of where Philly is right now or what their offense is right now, we know that team's good. They just won the Super Bowl. They have an elite defensive line. They have a great O-line. It's a little banged up, and it's regressed some this year. But you know that team is legit. And to go in there and handle your business against them, and now everything, like, you can't even, nobody can take anything away from this team anymore, where you can't look at the standings and go, they have a negative point differential. They don't anymore. And frankly, to have won 9 of your last 10 games and erase a negative point differential when the last lopsided loss was a 50 burger, the work that they have done is incredible. And I think you're just seeing a team that believes in themselves, that doesn't care what the noise is. DeAndre Swift postgame said it. People can say whatever they want. We're for real.
Yeah. That feels like that's the mentality just littered across that locker room, too, where, listen, the outside noise is the outside noise. We handle our business inside, and that's what it is.
I think the adjustment for me is this team has gone from really fun story and ascension to nobody's going to want to see you. Like, whoever ends up drawing you in the playoff game, nobody's going to be happy.
And if it's at Soldier Field, too, if you bring one of these teams who's maybe a dome team or maybe doesn't play in the elements very often, and you bring them to Soldier Field in December, it's gonna be a wrestling match.
Yeah, we're just at the point now where I feel pretty comfortable saying this team is going to be a tough out and a dangerous team to play in the playoffs.
Yeah. So I want to hear from Bears fans, 312-332-3776. If you were straddling the fence yesterday, leading into the game of, is this team good? Are they not good? Maybe you thought it was kind of fool's gold to get to 8-3. Where are you at now? Do you still need to see more? Because I can't imagine needing to see more. I saw everything I needed to see yesterday. You go out To me, it was a lot of not only are the Eagles good, but you went on the road short week. That is where coaching means so much. Getting guys ready on a short week. I get it's a little bit longer than your average short week. It wasn't a Thursday, it was a Friday. But still, on the road short week, going up against what the public perception is a far superior team to who you are yesterday. And you went out and you embarrassed them. You embarrassed them in their house.
You
yesterday.
doubled them up on first downs.
There were so many numbers that came out of yesterday with the 27 first downs, the nearly 300 rushing yards. Did you see the numbers? 100 yards before contact, 185 after. Like all of these different stats that came out of yesterday's game, and it made you feel really good as a Bears fan that you are the bully now.
Well, I think it also proved the concept of Ben Johnson, because I remember, it's easy to look at it now and everybody goes, this is the guy we always wanted. But I remember back in January what a fight it was at times, where I was trying to convince people Ben Johnson is the coach that you want to hire. And the argument against it often was, well, if he comes here, he's not going to have Penei Sewell and Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker, and he's not going to have the elite offensive line that will be able to put together one of the best run games in football. And I always said, those guys weren't those guys until he was their coordinator. And I think that's what I saw yesterday, because if we're honest about it, up until the final possession or two, Caleb was far from great yesterday. Yeah. And the passing game just wasn't working at all. There were moments where I was curious why they were getting away from the run so much. But the convincing part of yesterday was you have, I think, after watching the game yesterday, the best rush attack in football. And it might not be close. And it's starting with the interior of the O-line. With, Joe Thuney, we know is proven. We know he's great. But Darnell Wright's ascension this year, you can credit Dan Rushar. I can credit Ben Johnson, too.
Yeah.
I think it's all of these guys. The scheme works for them. And now you're seeing they're this far into the year. They're going to be playing their best football in December. They have the continuity. They've started to gel. And this is a non-negotiable. Your running game is going to bully other teams.
Yep. 312-332-3776. If you want to jump on into the Bears conversation, Ken's in Evanston. Lead us off, man.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Tracy looks like she got this one right with the snow, right?
What was that?
Tracy Butler definitely got this one right with the snow.
Oh, yeah, she did. So, she did. A lot of snow inbound. Absolutely. Everyone be safe out there.
Absolutely. Just wanted to definitely happy about the Bears' record. I think it's amazing, unexpected, and I'm very happy. But how smart does our GM and our coach look for not giving away at the trade deadline all of those picks? I think that just positions the team really strongly for even better things going forward, given that they're ahead of schedule. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Ken. I actually kind of feel the opposite of Ken. I wouldn't mind seeing Jalen Phillips wearing a Bears uniform instead of an Eagles uniform right now.
I'm cool with it.
With what?
With Ken's side of this, I think.
I think both sides are valid, because now you've proved you're 9-3. I think you're a good football team, but I still think there are pieces to go to get to being a Super Bowl contender. And I think pass rush is the most glaring of all of them. I wouldn't have minded giving up a third rounder to go and get a Jalen Phillips, especially when you know the economics of it with the comp picks and everything like that. You can have one coming back your way down the pipeline as well. So I wouldn't have minded having another pass rusher in here, because it still is one of the glaring weaknesses of this team. But at the same time,
I don't think there was a player out there at the deadline that was going to overhaul what you were able to do.
Maybe not the deadline, but what about the Micah trade in the offseason?
That's fine. I was like, I would be happy to do it at the time, but they didn't believe they were there. I think if that happens now, they would believe they're there. I'm not going to get angry about it, because the way I look at it is Washington last year at the deadline moved a bunch of picks. They got Marshawn Lattimore. They saw the writing on the wall that they might be able to go to a Super Bowl, and they paid for it. And now you look at them and go, oh, they went from young to old really fast. And I think the Bears, by not pulling the trigger, this is where I've always look, if they're so ahead of schedule that they end up in the Super Bowl this year, and I'm not saying that they will, but if they are, we'll all just be happy no matter what, and nobody's going to think about the trade deadline.
That's true.
But I've always felt like 2026 and 2027 are what we're building for here, and I think you can win the Super Bowl in 2026 and 2027. And my concern at the deadline was always, if you move picks, then you make yourself old, and in 2026 and 2027, you actually have a more difficult time doing it. I think they're built really well for the next 2 seasons.
I think there's a difference between getting Marshawn Lattimore and getting a guy who's still on their rookie deals, right? Like, sure, you get a little bit older, but it's not like you're trading for guys who are 29 or 30 years old. You're trading for guys that are like 25, 26. So you're still, I think, a very young team. And just at your core, too, you're a pretty young team.
It's picking nits at this point. I mean, they're 9-3. They just dog-walked the Eagles in their own building in a game I didn't even expect them to win, let alone cover a 7-point spread. I was remarkably impressed yesterday with how they were able to win. And defensively, look, maybe they just will be a bend but don't break defense all year, where you're going to give up yards, but you're also going to come up with the big play at the big time and change the game.
Yep. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk Bears with us. They beat the Eagles 24-15. We'll get to some college football conversation later on in the show, but we want all your Bears thoughts now on this Victory Saturday. I haven't said that word ever, I don't think. Victory Saturday is what we're calling it today here on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious to buy chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See menards.com for details.
It's time for Christmas at Cantini. A time for laughter and joy. A time for cherished moments by coming together with the ones you love. Be awed by twinkling lights. Feel the thrill of gliding on ice. And enjoy the cozy warmth of s'mores by the fire. Cherish the moments together this holiday season at Christmas at Cantini. Get your tickets at cantini.org. Sponsored by the Robert R. McCormick Foundation.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgates, all brought to you by Yingling. Tyler Aki and Shea Norling with you every single Saturday morning. Usually we are our full thoroughbred college football, but we're talking some Bears with you today after beating the Eagles 24-15 yesterday. And you just look at 9-3, you're over your win total, you're a guaranteed above 500 team this season, and it's not even, the calendar hasn't even flipped to December yet. This is so far outpacing, I think, people's even wildest dreams with what Ben Johnson was going to bring to the Bears. And yesterday was a real statement validity type of win. People have to take you seriously now. And it's going to be fun these next couple of weeks because you got the Packers a couple of times. You still have the Niners on the docket. And then you close things out in a big-time revenge spot against the Detroit Lions after they pasted your ass back in week 2.
Yeah, it's up until yesterday, you were the 2022 Vikings or the 2020 Steelers. The Steelers started 11-0, but everybody looked at them and they were like, no, they're not very good. Or the Vikings who finished the season 13-4, but with a negative point differential and were barely favored against the Giants in a home playoff game. I think after yesterday, you are closer to not quite what the Lions were a year ago, but you're closer to that.
Yeah.
And you are much further away from any of the fraud labeling. This is just, you're a legit team.
Yep. So Bears fans, we want to hear from you. Where you at with this team? Are you fully bought in now? 9-3 is 9-3, and they're playing every bit of it. Or is there still more that you need to see? Do you still need... Some people, Bears fans that we heard from last night on the post-game show, were saying they still need to see a win against the Packers to kind of give this team validity.
I get that, too, because, the ultimate cynic can talk themselves out of Philly. Typically, I would be the ultimate cynic, and I'm not doing it because I respect Philadelphia as an organization, what they've built.
Yeah.
But I think also if you are looking at this from the 2023 lens, if that's a team that has quit potential and you are a cynic, you can talk your way out of it and just say, prove it again against Green Bay, and then we'll know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, they've answered every question anybody could have asked of them.
Yeah.
And this running game is just...
By the way, next week's game against the Packers, 6.5-point underdog. I don't know if that's changed overnight at all, but they opened as a 6.5-point underdog after their game went final.
Which isn't surprising to me at all.
No.
That's what I told Cap I thought the line would be.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy's in Arizona. Morning, Jeremy.
Good, better, best.
Never let him rest.
Hey, Shea, man, I heard you giving Pat a hard time on that podcast, and I'm telling you, I'm going to get a Ben Johnson jersey. I think he's the man.
I do too.
I got to admit, I had to see that game. And what I saw, I'm convinced. I'm happy with where they're at. If we lose the rest of the season, I think we made strides, huge strides.
Yeah. Jeremy, they've already accomplished more than, not more, but really everything I asked of them this season. My demand was 10 wins and make the playoffs. They're going to do that. Both of those things are going to happen, barring some crazy, unforeseen losing streak that just doesn't seem remotely possible. And for like the me and Pat thing where he said Ben Johnson's the better coach than Nick Sirianni and he's the greatest coach in Bears history. Look, I'm going to just personally, I'm going to save all of those grand big picture takes for when he earns them. Because, like, guys, it is one game here. Like, he beat Sirianni on a given Sunday. I'm not going to sit here and say that makes him the better coach. Sirianni's been to 2 Super Bowls and he's won one of them. Like, Matt Nagy beat Sean McVay in 2018 in the regular season. Is Matt Nagy a better coach than Sean McVay? So, like, I love Ben Johnson. I think he's going to be great. I think he is the best hire that this team has made in 20 years. But I'm not
20,
maybe 40.
Try 40.
Yeah, I'm 40, not going to go like he better hire than Lovey. Are we there yet?
I feel good about it.
I do too.
If I had to guess right now, yeah, probably. But there's still a lot of story to be written. Lovey did go to a Super Bowl,
which is that. My whole point is like if you want to do the grand big picture, this is the greatest coach this team's ever had
You're
right now.
Forecasting at that point.
It doesn't make you wrong, and you might end up being right. It's just you're not going to catch me doing that.
Yeah, I get that. And like for all the Bears fans out there, I don't think anyone was wrong for saying I needed to see that win against the Eagles to start really buying into what this operation is. I don't think any Bears fan is wrong for that either. Listen, they were living by the skin of their teeth for the last 10 weeks. And to go out there on the road and put up maybe your most convincing win of the season, it was certainly your most like smash mouth bully ball type of win. And it was just black and blue football that they played at the Link yesterday. And I think as a Bears fan, that was a little bit of everything. Like you could kind of draw from the nostalgia point of it too, where it's like, that's hard-nosed football. That's like Chicago Bears football that we saw play out yesterday. And also you still saw like the Caleb Williams throw to Cole Kmet too, where it's just that is something you don't see from the Bears.
Yeah.
That was like a very special, big-time, why you were the first overall pick type of play.
It was the play you needed from the player you needed it from. Like it was. That's what Caleb's been since he's been here too. It's just when you need the play, he will answer the bell. And it might be a bit of a journey getting to that point, but if the game is close or winnable in the fourth quarter, I have zero doubt Caleb is going to make the plays that I need him to make.
Can I say, on the Caleb front too, I'm going to say something, and I think some people may take it the wrong way because this word is all of a sudden like a football slur at this point. But he's played the role of game manager. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily in the NFL, especially when you've got a run game that is doing what they're doing, a defense that's taking the ball away as much as they are. Caleb has played the role of game manager. Game managers don't lose you football games. They may not win you every football game, but they don't lose you football games. And that's, to me, I think a compliment of what he has brought to the table. He is not losing this team any games.
I think it's a really good marriage. It's blossoming into a really good marriage between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, where I don't necessarily need Ben Johnson to call a perfect play or call a perfect game because Caleb can extend it and he can be a little magical at times. I also don't need Caleb to be a superhero because I know I'm going to have the play calling advantage in nearly every game that I play.
For sure.
And this running game will carry you.
Yep. James is in Palatine. Morning, James.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's going on?
Let me preface my comment by saying I am a diehard Green Bay Packers fan. But Lord have
he's
mercy.
Scared. Oh, my goodness. I can already hear the fear.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared for next week.
Oh, boy.
Y'all went up in there. Y'all went up to Philadelphia and kicked their tail. I gotta stand down, give y'all the credit and praise you deserve. I was over at my cousin's house watching the game yesterday. He and a bunch of his buddies are all Bears fans. I sat there and just stayed quiet. I couldn't believe how easily you guys ran through them. And I tell you something, I'm taking notice of y'all now. I really am. But now we got, 2 games in 3 weeks?
Yep.
Made the best team win.
James, I appreciate the phone call there. I have not had this level of juice for Bears-Packers in quite some time. Because, like, even in 2018, sure, there was the opening night, Sunday night game that they played against the Packers, and it had this big feel to it. And Khalil Mack, it was his first game as a Bear, and he was all over the place. But then Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. But then he comes back in and goes out and wins the game. But that's week one. This is like you're playing for the North these next 3 weeks if you're the Chicago Bears, and if you're the Green Bay Packers for that matter too, because the Green Bay is still trailing and has to make up some ground in the standings.
Yesterday made it so that these two games the next 3 weeks are in all likelihood the winner. I mean, if you split, then it just depends on what happens elsewhere. But if somebody sweeps these two games, that's your NFC North champion.
For sure. I think 100%. There's really no way around it. You said to me during the break that the Bears broke 2 fan bases yesterday. Obviously, the Eagles are one, but when we come back, I want you to give me the other because I'm trying to wrap my brain around, and maybe James is dropping some breadcrums as to who that other fan base is.
I was going to say,
Actually,
James,
you know what?
James's call may have to update it to 3.
Okay. I actually, now that you say it, I think I've got who the second one is, but we'll get that answer when we come back here. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. You want a piece on this victory Saturday? The Bears beat the Eagles 24-15 out at the Link. It was a great game. It was they were setting records. They were doing things that haven't been done since '85. It was just a thing of beauty to watch and something we have not seen in this city in a long, long time. 312-332-3776. More of your Bears calls when we return.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
It's time for you to vent. The Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Parody Contest is on.
Deck the mics with music, Charlie.
Seasonal cheer plus bile-filled anger.
Then you vent on your team's folly.
Equals chestnuts roasting on the tire fire of your sports dreams. Compose yourself. Compose your song. Sing it with holiday joy and submit it at ESPNChicagoContest.com. The top 5 finalists will perform at the annual Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Party. Presented by Surfside and brought to you by Rogers and Hollins. Also by Steinhoffels, Country Thunder, and Jewel Osco. Stay tuned for details on the holiday party at Empire Burgers and Brew in Naperville on December 19th.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Steinhoffel's biggest Black Friday sale is happening now. Save 10% store-wide and get $50 instant cash back for every $4.99 you spend. Plus, get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you use your Steinhoffel's credit card. And get amazing doorbusters like recliners at $229 and sofas just $299. Plus, buy a premium mattress and get free premier delivery on everything. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know. You can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on a brand new Chevy Equinox. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Talking Bears with you after the big win on Prime last night on Black Friday football. 24-15 over the Eagles. And if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. It has been beyond, I think, most Bears fans' wildest dreams of where they're at right now, sitting at 9-3, leading the North. You and I were just looking at the odds in the break to win the North. Bears are tucked inside of 2-1 right now. They're plus 160. And this thing before the game, before the Thanksgiving game where we saw the Lions lose to the Packers, the Bears were 4-1. And for them now to be in a situation where you're not only leading the North, but if you're a Bears fan, you kind of feel like you've got a real chance in this thing to win the North. And it really comes down to what are you going to do against the Packers in 2 of the next 3 weeks.
Yep.
I love that it's set up the way that it is, too, where you've got these big-time divisional games in the teens weeks of the season. In December, Lambeau, Soldier Field. Like, these are going to be big-time atmospheres, big-time stakes. Everything about these next 3 weeks is going to have a massive feel.
Yeah. And you know who else loves it? The NFL. Because they get America's Game of the Week on the 6th, and then 2 weeks after that on a Saturday night at Soldier Field, they're going to and it will be a Saturday night. Yep. That is going to be a primetime experience. You'll have Packers-Bears on an island.
Yep. It's what the NFL wants so bad. They always try to pigeonhole this game into Sunday Night Football, and a lot of times, more often than not, it doesn't really fit. But having it right now with the stakes that it has, it's everything the NFL could dream of. Bears, Packers, 2 of the oldest franchises, duking it out, and for meaningful games in December.
All right, so with racking your brain in the break, did you figure out what fan bases I think were broken yesterday?
All right, so obviously the Eagles.
The Eagles are number one because Kyle Monungai top-locked in the end zone in Philadelphia. And I don't know if people are paying attention to where Eagles fans are at now, but I just peruse social media and find some stuff out from people I know and fans that I know. I'm friends with a few Eagles fans. Kyle Monungai top-locking in the end zone was the first moment where, whoa, he's doing our thing in our house on our head. That was the moment one. The moment where I really realized they're broken. Eagles fans now are campaigning to ban the tush push. You have broken them.
Yeah.
Utterly destroyed them. Dennis Allen walked in there and said, I actually solved the most unstoppable play in the NFL, and now Eagles fans want it banned.
The way that Nashawn Wright went in there, it reminded me a lot of what the Giants did against the Eagles.
Yeah.
What didn't count, I believe it was Kayvon Thibodeau went in, stripped the ball, and they blew the play dead. It should have been Giants' ball.
Yep.
Nashawn Wright took a play out of that playbook, had a clear shot in there from the side at the quarterback, ripped it out, and all of a sudden, you were able to come up with a game-changing play.
So before we get to the other fan base, I will just add, because I think it's this entire coaching staff, it goes back to Ben Johnson running the stumble bum play because he saw the Packers fumble the football and get a touchdown out of it last year against Eberflus. Dennis Allen saw the Kayvon Thibodeau play where he ripped the ball out and they got stopped because of forward progress. And he said, I think, that's the way.
Yeah. And Dennis Allen came into this game when he met with the media earlier in the week, said, we've got a plan. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we've got a plan.
Yeah.
And I think part of the plan is don't let them run the play. That was the only time they ran it all game.
Yep.
And when you don't have down and 1 to go, you're not going to run that play. Or if you're not on the goal line, you're not going to run that play.
It was 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 8, basically, every time they got the third down.
And on the flip side, the Bears were executing on 3rd and shorts, it felt like, all game long. All right, so other fan bases. James in Palatine was a Packers fan. He called in the last segment.
And I also did see there's like a tweet that's going viral of a Packers fan who's like, I'm not even going to fight with Bears fans anymore. And I'm like, oh, boy, you guys are afraid. So they aren't broken yet because they still have to play the game.
I have some Packer friends, too, who kind of feel the same way. They're like, it's game on. They're not necessarily scared, but it's like, it's game on. It used to just be hammer meets nail, and you didn't even think about the game, but now you think about it a little bit.
That's, again, where beating the Eagles was so valuable because before you beat the Eagles, everybody looked at you like, it's been nice, you're having a good year, but just wait till things get real. Mm-hmm. And after yesterday, even Packers fans are like, damn, we got to respect you now.
Yeah.
Like, this is legit.
I mean, the Eagles dominated the Packers. Dominated them earlier this year. All right, third fan base, the Detroit Lions.
Yes, bingo.
Because they cannot handle the fact that the best coach on their staff, Dan Campbell included, is no longer with them right now, and they're feeling the effects of it.
And I was texting with a friend of mine last night, and he's a Lions fan. Mm-hmm. I grew up with him. And he texted me, and he goes, man, for the first time all year, I think it's less about winning the North and more about making the playoffs. And I didn't even reply because I didn't have the heart to be like, brother, it's been that way for you for a few weeks. Welcome to reality. But it like them losing to the Packers wasn't enough for them to go, oh, the division's not out of our hands, but now we got to worry about it a little bit. Watching the Bears win yesterday was the moment where a lot of people who are Lions fans in my life were like, oh, we might not get in at all.
Yeah.
I think that the Bears have just broken this division a little bit.
Well, yeah, because it's not just one mountain you've got to climb. You got to climb two now if you're the Lions. You got to get past the Bears and the Packers. You used to just think, all right, handle your business against the Packers and you can find your way in. They're 0-2 against the Pack.
Yeah, I was going to say they can't get past the Packers. They just can't. Yeah. It would take an act of God for the Lions to. I have to tell you, I think the Lions are out of the playoffs.
So I got to look at the schedule or the standings right now. Are they 8th right now?
Yeah, yes, and I do not think that they are going to make it.
And the thing about the NFC North too, the schedules ain't easy the rest of the way. Like the Lions go, your gift is now you face on Thursday, equal rest by the way on Thursday Night Football, the red hot Dallas Cowboys who have figured out a defense to go along with that elite level offense. Then you go on the road to the Rams. Home against Steelers, at Vikings, at Bears. Nothing about that screams easy.
No.
Because even the one game where you think you might have a little bit of reprieve here is still a divisional game.
And now the other reason I feel so good, like, I can't say enough about how valuable picking up the win yesterday is going to be. But the real hell for the Lions is you go look at the NFC West. The Seahawks are favored to win this week. The Niners are favored to win this week. If there's 3 teams in that division that are all sitting at 9 wins before the calendar flips to December, and you're at 7-5, the Lions, the uphill mountain that you have to climb is so steep that it almost becomes impossible. That's where the Bears would have been sitting. If you lose yesterday and you're 8-4 and you're a half game behind the Packers in the division and you don't feel great about yourself against a great team because you would have lost to Philadelphia, and then you look up at the NFC West and go, damn, there's 3 teams with 9 wins.
And that's how everyone felt about the North last year.
The fact that you are the first team in this conference outside of the Rams to get to 9, it's now made it mathematically difficult to find a way where you aren't in the playoffs. And the inverse would have been true if you'd lost.
And listen, I don't
even
think
this was by far the most valuable win of the season.
The Lions have not even had a bad season. You're 7-5 with the 3rd best point differential in the conference. Like, you are still having a good season, but it's just some of the timeliness and some of the things that they've had to overcome this year, whether it's defensive injuries, acclimating to a new staff, you had a play caller change. It's just, you saw the stability that Ben Johnson brought to that franchise. And it's why, personally, I always felt in Detroit, the wrong people got credit all the time. To me, it was always a Ben Johnson, Brad Holmes deserved the credit in Detroit. And you saw a lot of it going to Dan Campbell. And I don't know if Dan Campbell's necessarily cut out for this thing to be like the behemoth that people thought the Lions were going to be for years to come, because they had all of this young talent and they got them all locked up on long-term deals. I don't feel that way about the Lions moving forward.
I'm still in wait-and-see mode with it. I said all offseason, I thought that they had a really strong likelihood to miss the playoffs. I said under 10.5 wins on them. And I felt like this could be their 2023 Eagles year, where they lose all of the parts of the team that was so great. But because you kept the GM and you kept the head coach, then you bounce back in 2026. The Bears are changing the way I look at that, because the Bears, I think, are set up to be the best team in this division the next 2 years.
I think the difference is going to be, what is Caleb Williams? Like, this team, I think, has a very high floor for the foreseeable future, that being the Bears. They have a very high floor for the foreseeable future. Their ceiling is what the quarterback is. If Caleb Williams all of a sudden becomes this guy who's completing 65% of his passes and making the splash plays, that's when you see this offense look like what the Lions' offense was last year. And you're putting games away in the second and the third quarter. And the point differential is what it is. That's when you get that. If you get the quarterback play that the Bears are getting right now, then you get into a lot of these coin flip games, but the coin flips your way more often than not because of what Caleb's proven he can do in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they're top 6 in scoring, man. Like, if the Caleb stuff happens, where he becomes this all-pro caliber quarterback, you're probably the best team in the NFL. Mm-hmm. We're talking about a team that's top 6 in scoring, and I'm talking about after an offseason where I do think you might see a Falcons-esque offseason this year, where they just add defense.
The draft, all defense.
I think you come back from that with an offense that clearly can score points no matter who's running the ball, because you've built a great offensive line and you have a spectacular play caller. And all of a sudden you're looking at this and going, if Caleb is 80% of what we believed he would be when he was the number 1 pick, we're probably the best team in football.
Yep. All right, more of your Bears calls when we come back. Jump on in, join the party, 312-332-3776. It's Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
2 men, Pat Boyle, Barstool Chief, ice in their veins, hockey in their hearts. Aww. ESPN's The Hockey Show is back, ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
The Black Friday sales event is going on now. At American Sale, we're known for having the largest selection of Christmas trees and decor. And for 10 days only, during our Black Friday sales event, you can get 0% financing for 6 years or cash back. See store for details. Stroll through our Christmas forest and choose from hundreds of trees ready to take home. Shop thousands of holiday decor items in our Christmas market. But hurry, sale ends November 30th. American Sale, helping you bring the fun home.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious to buy chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See menards.com for details.
Season's greetings to you all from Menards. Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
ESPN Bet is becoming the score bet this December. The same betting app you love, with a new look and promos curated just for you. Existing ESPN Bet customers don't have to change a thing. Your account, wallet, and bets will all remain the same. Plus, kick things off right now by logging in and claiming a 100% profit boost. More action, more rewards, more for you. The score bet coming this December. 21 plus, gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Taking your Bears calls on a victory Saturday. Bears beat the Eagles last night in Philly. 312-332-3776 if you want to join on in. And by the way, our video streaming brought to you by the LaPorte Invitational. It is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase on January 9th through the 11th in LaPorte, Indiana. For tickets, go to laporteinvitational.com. Frank's on the south side. What's going on, Frank?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
Listen, I'm a Bears fan, but I was a skeptic. You know, I wanted Mike Vrabel as the coach instead of Ben Johnson, and Vrabel probably will win Coach of the Year. But you know, they talk about culture changing. As a Bears fan, who the hell knew what that was? We never seen a culture change before. But this guy Ben Johnson has done it. He got them believing they can win. You know, we should be. If we were last year's team, we would probably be 4-8 right now. You know, but we're 9-3 and we're looking good. And I agree with you guys. I don't think it's about this year. I think about next year if we draft a beast on the defensive end to rush the passer, and we get healthy, man, we really could be in Super Bowl contention next year. Well, I got a question for you guys. What do you think the national audience is going to say now about the Bears? They've been naysaying all this time. I'll hang up and listen to you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Frank.
It's the Derek Jeter respect hat.
Yeah, there's not anything you can really say about this team now in a derogatory fashion. Like, you slayed the beast on your schedule that you needed. You got the win that got you the validity for what your season and your record is right now. And to his other point, too, like, I don't think there's anything wrong in being a Bears fan saying you wanted Vrabel. I mean, Patriots are damn good, too, this year.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they actually have a better record than you. So I think both things are true there. You just have to get it right. There's multiple avenues to getting it right. There's multiple good teams in the NFL. You just have to nail the hire. The Bears nailed the hire, and it looks like the Patriots did too.
Anybody who said they should hire Pete Carroll or Mike McCarthy, though, should issue a public apology.
Yeah. I think Bears fans got into a point where nothing ever goes right in the hiring process, that they talk themselves into, you know what, Mike McCarthy wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I remember Big Cat did it.
Yeah. I talked myself into. I didn't think they were getting Ben Johnson. I talked myself into thinking that Mike McCarthy was going to be just fine, like good enough for this team. So it is what it is right now. You got the guy, and you got a pretty damn good one in Ben Johnson. Frank's in Naperville. What's going on, Frank?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
What's going on?
So I was initially at the trade deadline. I was on Shea's side, where I thought I want to see it. You know, what this coaching staff can do, what kind of evaluation of these players they have. But, you know, seeing the record now in hindsight, and seeing how much the Cowboys defense changed when they got Quinnen Williams, I don't know. I kind of feel like, that would have made a huge difference if we had Quinnen Williams causing pressure up the middle, where that's sorely lacking at the moment. I don't know. What do you guys think? I would have been okay with what they gave up to get Quinnen Williams on this Bears team, but of course it's hindsight. But hopefully they can. You never know what can happen. Like, they could be the Commanders of this year.
Thanks for the call, Frank. But I'm totally fine not doing the Quinnen Williams trade.
Yeah, I don't care.
Totally fine. And in fact, I'm pro not doing it.
What I would say to Frank, too, like, Frank, if you felt the way at the deadline that I felt, I haven't moved off of how I felt about the deadline because they've been winning still. It's how I felt at the time that the deadline happened. And if you want to hindsight it, you're going to just only hurt yourself. They did what I wanted them to do and stood pat, and they aren't going to be old quickly. And the other thing, too, is, like, if you trade for Quinnen Williams, you got to think about what that really does to you. This is already the 5th most expensive defense in the NFL. And you go trading for Quinnen Williams, and then you got to pay Quinnen Williams. This becomes the most expensive defense in the NFL, and a lot of it are guys you're going to have to move on from. So it's like, by not doing anything, they kept all their draft picks. They have a ton of options going into this offseason where they can build defensively through the draft, through free agency, because they'll be able to move some money around. I just think if they had gone for it at the deadline, one, at the time, we all kind of felt like it was unlikely they were even deserving of the words Super Bowl contention. And two, I think you only limit how good you can be down the road.
Yeah, like, remember when this Bears team, when we were hitting the deadline, they had just lost to the Ravens and to Tyler Huntley. It wasn't like the 9-3 juice was not flowing through the veins of this team leading into the trade deadline. And then you needed a miracle to beat Cincinnati and Joe Flacco. And the vibes are just completely different then and now, I feel like.
I also think this isn't like the Cubs at the deadline. We all talked about it differently because it was, we believe you can win a World Series.
Yeah.
And you have Kyle Tucker right now. You have these players right now, and you might not have them going forward. So go do the best thing you can to win with them. I don't think the Bears are at that point yet. This isn't year 4 of Caleb or year 5 of Caleb where it's like, oh, the money's going to start kicking our ass next year. Dude, it's year 2. Next year, you still have 3 seasons before any money starts impacting you on the quarterback front.
Yeah.
You can't be giving up chips to go all in right now. It's about the next 3 seasons. And if this team, like, I think we've already hit the point, however the season ends, everybody's going to be happy with it. So nobody's going to look back at the trade deadline and go, damn, we should have made a move for Quinnen Williams. Like, this isn't like the Lions being up 3 touchdowns against the Niners in the NFC title game. You're going to look back and go, wow, that was the moment. Like, it's just, you have time still. There are, at least in my mind, 2 seasons after this year where you will be even more in contention to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Really, I think it's 3. Like, that 5th-year option kicks in, and, like, it's a price hike for what your quarterback's getting paid, but it's not instrument. What is it, like 20-something million? Like, 20-something million for a quarterback is not insurmountable to overcome as a team with the payroll and stuff like that.
The point I'm making is this year is always about the ascension, and it's always about, like, it's never going to be as fun as it is right now.
No.
Because right now it's just, we didn't expect this, and it's happening. So let's enjoy it.
It's the 2015 Cubs.
Next year's trade deadline is going to be a different story. There will be demands and there will be expectation. There will be expectation going into this season next year. Like, next year will not be as fun. Next year will be business. So just ride this wave this year as long as you can, and don't waste time getting upset about a deadline.
Yeah, like, we've enjoyed these wins. Take the Eagles game out of it. We've enjoyed, like, what was it, the 8 games that you won previously. We enjoyed those games, and they were fun. But next year, if they're winning games like that, there's going to be a lot more angst to it than I think what there is right now.
The perfect juxtaposition is you survive the Giants, and we all come in and throw a party, and we've got our chandeliers in our hands going, win is a win, survive and advance. The Lions survived the Giants, and the conversation was, are we okay? And the answer was no.
Yeah.
So
they learned that pretty quickly.
That's what the next couple seasons are going to be. It's just that things change, and then we can start talking about what we do and don't do at trade deadlines. I'm not doing that right now.
Yep. All right. More of your Bears calls when we come back. We'll also get into some college football a little bit later on because it is rivalry week. We are on Lane Watch as well. Where will Lane Kiffin end up? It's Chicago's College Tailgate. Back in 2 minutes.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase. 12 of America's top high school programs will compete from January 9th to 11th. Over 25 McDonald's All-Americans and 20 NBA draft picks have played there, including 2025 first overall NBA pick Cooper Flagg. 3 days of intense hoops, hustle, and heart at the LaPorte Civic Auditorium in LaPorte, Indiana, just a short drive from Chicago. The LaPorte Invitational, where tomorrow's college and NBA stars take flight. For scheduled tickets and more, go to LaPorteInvitational.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Black Friday sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus get exclusive Black Friday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your Black Friday savings before they're gone at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate every single Saturday, 9 to 11 a.m. right here on ESPN Chicago. Don't forget, you can also find us on the Pick a Side podcast. Every single week, we give you our football recap on Mondays.
Horns up.
Big win last night for Texas. Big win. Maybe shakes things up a little bit, too.
Big win for us on the Pick a Side podcast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then on
big loss for Aiden, who didn't listen.
Yeah.
Not good.
Not good? You want to amend those decisions, those life decisions?
No, just got to get better
So
today.
you're still not going to listen. All right, got it. Understood.
Oh,
Understood,
no, I'll listen.
That didn't sound very confident. That sounded like, that was like a go clean your room. I'll get to it.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
But yeah, you can find us. We give our football picks too. On Thursday, we get you all of the college plays, and then Friday, we get you all the NFL plays. So full slate of picks for today's slate in college and also for the NFL weekend too. A little bit of a lighter NFL weekend. Well,
it's a huge one. It's just all the good games are out of the way.
I was going to say, the Shield could not have had a better Thursday, Friday. But they're paying the price for it on Sunday and Monday. But Thursday, Friday, you could not have dreamed up for better matchups.
I think, looking at the slate again for the rest of the weekend, I think Texans-Colts is the only game I really care about. Like, I want to see that. Bills-Steelers to an extent. But Texans-Colts, I think, is the one I'm like, I'm going to set some time aside and watch that. The rest of these, Falcons-Jets, please, don't waste any time.
It's not the greatest slate this weekend. So 312-332-3776. You want to talk Bears with us? Let's head on out to Colorado. Joel's in Aurora. What's going on, Joel?
So I think the question has been answered by now. If the Bears are good, this was a one and only game, national television. We played out. And I mean, all the doubters, I watched the pre-show. No one picked us. The homers, right? None of them. But I'm telling you this. We are on a run that no one can stop us right now. And I only see maybe 2 losses in the next schedule. Maybe, and I say maybe, against the Browns and 1 against the Packers. We are going to get the Lions at home because you know who doesn't play in cold weather good?
Jared Goff.
Thank you. So, I predicted 10. Who knows? We might go 11 or 12. We're already second seed in the NFC. And if anyone ain't down with that, I only got 2 words for you. Take that.
All right, Joel, you have a good one today. You know what's funny? Like, a lot of the parallels have been drawn to the 2018 team and what that team was. I remember that season. There were a lot of games where it's like, all right, the Bears are just going to drop one at a certain point. And, like, they lost some weird ones over the course of that season. There was the Miami game that was a little bit odd that you didn't think that they would lose. But then there were a lot of games where it was like, okay, you could kind of afford to lose this one. And they just never stopped winning. They just kept winning. And even the last game of the year, I remember it was against Minnesota, and they could have sat their guys. Nothing could have changed for them in the standings, playoff seeding. They could have rested their guys. Nagy ends up playing the guys, and they go out and they thump Minnesota to end the season. And it was just like, 12-4 is a damn good record. Like, you look at 12-4, it's like, whoa, that is like a legitimately good record in the NFL. So I don't know, man. Like, maybe this thing they just keep winning and they find their way to 12 somehow.
If they finish the season 12-5, I don't even know what superlatives you could put on it, because I just. Like last year, the best record in football being 15-2, and you had a 14-3 team in the same division.
Yeah.
Those seasons aren't real. They don't happen. Like, if you go look historically, there's been 6 or 7 15-win seasons over the past, 30 years. Mm-hmm. It doesn't happen. And I get now there's a 17th game, so you feel like you might get the 5th because you don't have to go 15-1. But you just don't win that many games. You win 12 games. It's the equivalent of, you win 95 games in Major League Baseball. You had an outstanding season. Yeah. You win. It's the same as winning 12 in the NFL. 12 games is unbelievable. If they go 12-5, I'll be stunned and beyond impressed.
You want a little bit of divisional breaking news here?
Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No.
Related?
It is Lions. It is Detroit Lions. Adam Schefter reporting that Frank Ragnow failed his physical and will not play for the Lions this season.
Well, there you go.
That career ended before it even restarted.
I tried to tell people all last week. I'm at my Thanksgiving parties, and they're like, "You hear Frank Ragnow's coming back? Boy, we're going to just go to this." And I'm like, he could retire just as easily as he could be any good at all, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I never. It was a move that felt like it was brought in out of desperation. Listen, man, you're pulling a guy off the couch to come play for you. And it's not like it was a quarterback or something like that where you just kind of have to keep your mind sharp and your arm sharp. You're talking about a guy in maybe one of the most physical positions in the sport. Those guys you don't peel off the couch and put them in right away. It's not plug and play. I never thought it was going to work like that with Frank Ragnow, and it didn't even start. It didn't even start. So
I'm gonna have to read you some text messages in the break.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
Somebody that we know. I'm gonna have to read you some text in the break.
Okay, I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Chase on the south side. What's going on, Chase?
Hey guys, good morning. I hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving, you guys.
You as well, brother.
Yeah. So, Shea, I want I actually listened to the podcast with you and Pat Designer and how you and him got into it about the Sirianni and Ben Johnson, who you'd rather have. And Shea, I kind of agree with you. I like Pat. I think he makes good points, but and Shea, you was right. Like, at some point we just got to enjoy the moment. Like, because look, Sirianni, has made some dumb decisions, but like you say, he's won a Super Bowl and he's won more games. Ben Johnson, we still got to give this a chance. I'm glad he's here. He's brought this team a long way. But at the same time, what happens next season if we have an off season like what happened with Nagy? And, I'm not comparing it, but next season ain't guaranteed to have this. And let's see how he has sustained success before we, talk about building a statue for him. You know what I mean? Let's just enjoy the moment. Like you say, Shea, I agree with you. You was right what you said. Like, let's just enjoy this and just be proud that, hey, we got a good football team here, and who knows what might happen. And another point I want to make to you guys is, we kept saying, man, if this team wins 19 games, they don't make the playoffs, we'd be happy. Now I'm at the point now where I'm getting to the point now where, man, the further we get, I'm like, am I already talking about either Super Bowl or bust? Because that's how.
Come on. Chase, how can you, in the same breath as you said, let's just enjoy the moment, then go to Super Bowl or bust?
I know.
In the same breath.
I know. It's just that. It's just so exciting. It's like, man, how far can we go? And it's just like, man.
But that's it. That's my whole point. My whole point with this is, how far can we go? Don't put a ceiling on it. Just
enjoy the ride.
Kick your feet up and enjoy your team.
I got to ask you guys this one question before I go. How do you think we match up with a team like the Rams?
Oh, my God.
God.
You're going to make me crash out like I did with Sirianni again. Kick your feet up and enjoy your team.
No, okay.
That's all you got to do.
Thanks for the question, Chase. I think that one's a little more valid. Because he's not even saying, all right, you can go out and crush the Rams or anything. How do they match up against the Rams? I'll tell you this. I don't think very well.
Yeah, badly.
I think Stafford picks you apart defensively. I think he dominates you. That defensive line of the Rams, if they're going up against this offensive line, I think that's actually an interesting matchup.
I would be interested in seeing it. The one thing I will say, though, is the Rams, their D-line, it almost doesn't matter who they're going against. They're just so good.
They've gone up against the best of the best and made them look like children out there.
This Rams team is, I think they're different. I do. I picked them to win the Super Bowl in the preseason. The way that they've played the last 2 months, I look at it, I view them differently. Mm-hmm. They are one of those, there's great teams and then there's great teams. And I think that the Rams might be the latter, where it's just like they are head and shoulders above everybody else.
I'm right there with you. It's a team that you turned me on to probably right after the Super Bowl last year.
I said after the snow game in Philly, I was like, who my darling is going to be? It's the Rams.
And now you're seeing the season play out to confirm those thoughts. And here we are. I don't think you'll find many football pundits who will say the Rams are not the best team in football right now, because even though they may not have the best record right now, they certainly look every bit the part of it. And I don't think the Bears would match up very well against the Rams, but I'd love to see it.
But that's I would also love to see it. And I wouldn't even say you can't beat them. But it's that Chase is that you don't play the Rams. So when you ask, how do we match up against the Rams?
You couldn't a month or in 2 months.
I get that, but they aren't on the schedule. I'm worried about the games on the schedule. Mm-hmm. And I'm kicking my feet up and enjoying the moment. It's why I'm not getting into the Ben Johnson versus Nick Sirianni, who's the better coach. And it wasn't even a question of who would you rather have. That's a different conversation. But it's just, we start anointing this team, or we start anointing the coaching staff, or we start anointing Ryan Poles. We aren't there yet. This is a dream right now. You are in a Pixar movie. And we're going to see how this ends up, because this is do I believe it's more sustainable than 2018 was when the Bears won the division in the first year of Matt Nagy? Yes. And like I said to you an hour ago, Matt Nagy beat Sean McVay in the regular season that year. Was Matt Nagy a better coach than Sean McVay?
No. Far from it.
So,
far from it.
Just enjoy the ride, man.
Yeah.
We don't need to put big, grand things on this or ask, if we see the Rams in the NFC title game. If I'm in the NFC title game, I don't really care what happens.
I'm floating at that point.
You know what I mean?
I'm living on a cloud.
How do we match up against the Rams? If I'm a 14-point dog in the NFC title game, you know what I'm thinking? I'm in the NFC title game.
Yes. I think one of the big things that I took away from this Bears team from yesterday, though, is there's no monolith. You don't play among immortals right now, because it seemed like Philly was one of those teams going into that game where, all right, I didn't think the Bears were going to win. I didn't think they really had much of a chance to win. I thought they could keep it close, but I didn't really think they could win the game. Short week on the road. Maybe if it's in your house, you feel a little differently about it, but everything was sort of stacked against them, and that's part of why I call it a house money game. Shea, you hit a heater in Vegas. You know what it's like when you're winning with house money? When you start stacking, that's when you have 9-3. That's what a 9-3 record looks like.
Yep.
That's when you feel the way that we feel on this Saturday morning, is when you go out and you win with house money.
Yep.
Because if you lose house money, all right, whatever. On to the next one. You still are walking away from the tables pretty happy. But when you win and you see that bankroll continue to grow and grow and grow, that's when you got a 9-3 record.
Yeah. And it just enjoy the ride. Start asking about, how do we match up against the Rams? Could we get to the Super Bowl? I'm not going there. This is really fun right now. Let's just have fun with it.
I don't think the Rams thing is as far-fetched as the Sirianni thing, because you could.
I don't either.
And then, your expectation now at 9-3, if you don't get in the playoffs, you're going to be hanging your head pretty disappointed at the end of the year.
Yeah, but it's all right. But I think you've done all the work that you need to get there, and you're going to get there. We are in the ascension year before things become really expectation burdened.
Yeah. And listen, this is the NFL. This team is going to lose games over the next 5 weeks. And frankly, probably plural. Games with an S.
Yeah, who was the caller a couple minutes ago said they're going to lose only see 2 losses? If they go 3-2 over the final 5, I will be elated. 12-5 in the season, you will probably have at least split with Green Bay. I'd be beyond happy.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think you could find a Bears fan that wouldn't be.
And if we get an opportunity, and right now I have to address it as an NFC title game because you are the 2 seed, unbelievably. If we get an opportunity to talk about how the Bears match up with the Rams in a playoff game, I'm going to enjoy the hell out of that, too.
Yep.
I'm just not doing it on November 29th.
312-332-3776. We will clean up your Bears calls. And also, the latest on Lane Kiffin. Will he stay at Ole Miss, or is he on the way out? All that and more coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. The All-State CTA Holiday Fleet is traveling through Chicagoland. Now in its 34th year, they can't wait for you to come aboard the decked-out and dazzling holiday train and bus. Every train line and 18 bus routes will have Santa visiting them. Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses, making riding a breeze. So grab the family, take some selfies, and celebrate the holidays with CTA. See the entire schedule and plan your trip at transitchicago.com/holidayfleet.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious Dubai chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See menards.com for details.
Steinhaffel's biggest Black Friday sale is happening now. Save 10% store-wide and get $50 instant cash back for every $4.99 you spend. Plus, get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you use your Steinhaffel's credit card. And get amazing doorbusters like recliners at $229 and sofas just $299. Plus, buy a premium mattress and get free premier delivery on everything. Shop in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
We'll get to Lane Kiffin and the latest with him in just a moment. But first, a couple more Bears calls with you on this Victory Saturday. The 9-3 Chicago Bears. Congratulations if you had your over tickets. You cashed it on Black Friday. Buy a couple extra gifts with it, because who would have thought you're cashing this ticket before the calendar flipped to December? People were very skeptical of even placing it in the first place, and now you're cashing it before December. It just shows it is night and day what happened Black Friday a year ago when you fired Matt Eberflus to Black Friday when you're second in the NFC and leading the NFC North right now. It is night and day. Tom's in New Jersey. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm good. Just want to let you guys know you do a great job. I enjoy listening to you. I just want to make 2 points. The one is I'm just so elated. Can't be happier today after watching that game yesterday. I'm in South Jersey here, Philly country, and I can't stand the Eagles, can't stand the fans. I think it's great. I especially loved when even Santa Claus was leaving with 6 minutes to go in that game. My second point is a couple callers ago mentioned that none of the Bear fans know anything about a culture change, because we talk a lot about a culture change. And he made a good point. But if you're old enough like me, you remember when Ditka came on with the Bears, that was a major culture change too. So I compared this one with that one. A lot of similarities. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great one.
Yeah, you too, Tom. Appreciate the kind words as well. By the way, his note on the Philly fans, too, a couple of things from yesterday. First of all, and I think J-Mac put it perfectly yesterday on the post-game show, the Bears turned that game into a home game for themselves with the crowd. When that crowd is booing your team after the first drive, they were already on edge going into the game. But then you got them booing the home team after the first drive and pretty much every drive after that, save for the 2 scoring possessions. That changes the tenor of how you feel in that game. And I thought the most satisfying thing, they showed the crowd shots of everyone leaving. But I think it was at the 2-minute warning on the TV broadcast, where they're doing that wide shot of the stadium to fly in the standings graphic and the playoff picture graphics. And before the graphic flies in, you see the stadium. It was empty. Yep. Empty. There was nobody in there aside from some Bears fans at that point. And to see that and to empty out a home crowd like that, listen, Philly fans get a lot of grief, and probably deservedly so. I've always respected Philadelphia fans because they hold their team to a standard because of how much they care about those teams. And to be honest, I think the fans in Philly deserve a lot of credit for the team's success because they hold the owners and the general managers and the decision makers to such a high standard.
Well, and part of it is that they know if they treat the team that way, they're going to get Kevin Patullo fired.
I'm waiting for the notification still.
It has to be coming today. I'd be shocked if he's not fired today. I had a friend who's an Eagles fan text me yesterday just to go back so I could read it and said, quote, "They're appalling. Might go Black Friday shopping or something less painful." That was an hour into the game.
That's how every Philly fan felt yesterday. And rightfully so. I mean, we've seen teams that look like that in Chicago where it's like, and I'm not saying like, oh, this Philly team is like an old Bears team. But what I mean by that is where the offense is such a chore. It's 4 or 5 plays every drive. And you just can't get anything going. And you're just waiting for some sort of big play to happen. And you try to like they got the big play that looked like was going to put them ahead and like seal the game when they got the pick. But then it's negated because in comes Nashawn Wright flying in to strip a tush push. Like they got every break.
I also love Philly fans because they're wired the way I am, where it is, what have you done for me lately?
And everything is do or die.
That's an 8-3 team that just won a Super Bowl, and they're getting booed relentlessly in their own building. I love fans that'll do that.
Yeah.
Because
you look in the mirror when you see them.
Yeah, because that's me. That's how I view sports.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you won the Super Bowl a year ago. That doesn't mean anything to me right now. You suck right now.
And to be honest, like more fan bases are like that than not. Even in Chicago, where it really is not a high bar to clear for us to love you, but we'll grow tired of you too. Ask Joe Madden.
Yeah.
Ask Tom Thibodeau. We'll grow tired of you too. Even if you are winning and doing things at a high level here. And Tibbs didn't even win an Eastern Conference, let alone an NBA Finals. Joe Madden, we always said Joe Madden or whatever manager wins the World Series in Chicago will be walking on water in this city. By 2018, people were ready to ship him out.
Yep.
That was 2 years removed from the greatest championship the city's ever seen.
It's funny what happens when you win, man.
The expectations change.
When you start winning, your fuse gets shorter.
Yep, 100%. Justin's in LaGrange. Morning, Justin.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I know it's 5 months away, but yesterday was really a good Friday for me, man. I know the official day is 5 months away, but yesterday was a good Friday. I just wanted to call and say this. I need everybody out there to stop disrespecting the Chicago Bears, including you guys, man. I'm tired of hearing it. We heard the players say it. We heard the coaches say it. This is a new Bears team, especially Bayer said it. This is a new Bears era, baby. So get that doubt out y'all mind. Quit playing us like suckers. We got to believe. Forget good, better, best. We need believe, hope, and faith. You got to believe until your belief becomes hope, and your hope becomes the faith that we're going to win and make it all the way. These ain't the same old Bears, baby, so don't have that doubt. Yeah, we can compare ourselves to the Rams. Let anybody ask any questions they want because we back, baby. Mojo Brooks, shout out to you, baby. We back.
All right. Appreciate the passion, Justin.
Just a little bit of belief.
Belief turns
It is Ted Lasso.
We're hitting the sign.
Yeah, just believe. You got to believe.
Got to believe. Got to believe.
Great. I don't know what you want me to say to that. Fantastic.
All right. Lane Kiffin is going to make a decision today. And he was asked about it yesterday. Ole Miss goes out, wins the Egg Bowl yesterday against Mississippi State. Pretty dominant fashion as well. But now this is the theater of today in the SEC because the biggest game in the SEC took place last night. Texas took down A&M. Today, you've got an Iron Bowl that really doesn't have much juice to it because Auburn blows. You've got a Tennessee-Vandy game that is like, okay, I guess kind of interesting. But the real drama and theater of today is what is going to happen to Lane Kiffin because he said, and the university has said, that they will make their decision on Lane Kiffin today. Will he remain in Oxford and Ole Miss for the foreseeable future and coach this team through the playoff? Or will we see something crazy happen and Lane make the leap? It looks like it's not going to be Florida anymore, but now will Lane make the leap to LSU? for me, and I think we believe the same thing, and he should stay at Ole Miss. You're getting the same contract. You are getting the same NIL funds to build your roster. There is no reason to leave a good thing right now. But Lane is Lane. And we've seen Lane make decisions that don't necessarily follow logic. So
can I just say, can we get to the announcement for the love of God? For the love of everything holy, can somebody please in Lane Kiffin's camp or with Ole Miss just come out and say we've reached a point and made a decision? Because nobody else drags this out this way. I saw Tom Fornelli say it. Like, coaches get presented with contract extensions. They either sign them or they don't, and then they either stay or they go. Nobody else in the sport would be coaching a playoff team and be dragging out a decision. This is so difficult for me. You caused it. You're the guy who put his family on a flight to Gainesville. Mm-hmm. You're the guy who put his family on a flight to Baton Rouge. You're the guy who did all the flirting. So what do you? This is such a difficult decision. Just make it, dude.
It's the meme. We're trying to find the guy who did this.
I personally, I'm at the point where I'm kind of tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of every time I turn on ESPN, they're like, Lane Kiffin's got this horribly difficult decision. Imagine being Lane. Oh yeah, imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine having to pick where I'm going to make $20 million a year.
Picking between $100 million contracts.
Imagine being
Tough
Lane
life.
Kiffin. I have to face the consequences of my actions. I'm Lane Kiffin every day.
I'm not throwing a pity party for him by any stretch, but I do find it fascinating because we don't see things like this. We don't see Lane, a playoff team with an SEC team that is starting to become a bit of a power and throw their weight around in the sport. Yeah. And now you're going to potentially leave that to go to what maybe from the outside looks like greener pastures. But if you're really kind of breaking things down and doing a pros and cons list, I don't know if you're finding more pros than cons for going to LSU versus staying at Ole Miss.
I told you last week, I think if Lane Kiffin, I think the better job is whatever job Lane Kiffin has, which is maybe why he's made this such a difficult decision for himself.
You're not jumping from the group of five here. Like, this is not John Summerall or whoever's going from Colorado State.
And I also think it's funny, who wants to live in Oxford, Mississippi? I don't know, dude. You dying to live in Baton Rouge?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
We're not picking between New York and L.A. here.
If they're going to pay you the same amount of money and they're both going to give you the same NIL resources, I'd stay at the place where I've already built something.
All right, so if you had to pin percentage on it today, Lane is in LSU or Lane is in Oxford?
I'm 60-40 Ole Miss, and it's just, I really have no read on it. I think it's probably closer to 50-50, but I'm giving a 10% edge to Ole Miss because they're the incumbent.
I'm actually going to flip it. I'm going to go 60-40 LSU. I think it's a mistake. But
it is
wouldn't
classic,
be the first
man.
And probably wouldn't be the last mistake Lane makes.
The other thing that's baffling to me about this, and the longer it's gone on, the more infuriating it's gotten. What has Lane Kiffin actually done? This is the first year that he's actually accomplished anything.
And guess what? He's not going to walk out as an SEC champion. He may win a playoff game or two and maybe a national title, but you're working in the world of ifs and buts. I just don't see. We talked about it last week. He is being treated like he's Kirby Smart or Ryan Day without having accomplished legitimately anything those two have. Kirby Smart and Ryan Day have won national titles, have won major conferences, have won all of these big-time games. Lane hasn't done any of that. And he's being treated like he is and paraded around like he is. He hasn't won a conference ever. He hasn't won a playoff game. He hasn't won a national title. He hasn't done anything.
At least when LeBron did the decision, he was clearly the best player in the NBA. And it wasn't even particularly close. You could be annoyed with the process of the way he did it, but he was clearly the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin isn't the best football coach in college. Forget the best football coach on the planet. That's where this whole thing and it turning into the circus that it has. I've hit a point where I'm over it. Tell us if you're staying. Tell us if you're going. You have created this all on your own. It is all via your actions. So just figure it out, man.
I got to be honest. I love the breadcrumbs. They're catnip for me, man. I love following it. Everything on social media, the jets, where they're flying to and from. It's fantastic.
I have fun with it, like the tongue-in-cheek stuff when they're like, you see the blue check engagement farmers will put a tweet out and they're like, just got a text. Wow.
All I can say is, wow.
If you thought you knew where Lane Kiffin was coaching next year, wow. I just got a text that says different. And I'll like quote tweet him and go, yeah, people can't resist East Lansing. But I know better. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just, okay, now that you've played the Egg Bowl now. It's been almost 24 hours. The body of Mississippi State is getting cold. Can we figure out where you're going to be coaching, please?
Wow.
You got a playoff yeah, wow. I just got a text. Wow.
No, listen, he knows where he's going. He's probably known where he's going. He said he had to make the decision last night. He's known. Well,
and frankly, if he's calling Nick Saban and he's calling Pete Carroll, and Nick Saban has said on the game day desk, I would stay at Ole Miss. There's nothing that guarantees the other jobs are better. I don't know if that's the advice Nick Saban's actually giving, because obviously, like, Nick Saban ran away from Michigan State and then ran away from LSU and ended up at Bama, and Pete Carroll, we all know, ran away from USC. Mm-hmm. So, who knows?
It may be like we've talked about. Is Saban bringing you insight into his conversations with Lane? He might be. He also may be making like a cry for help. Like, hey, dude, stay at Ole Miss.
Yeah, which is what I hope is happening.
Do what's
frankly.
Best for you and stay at Ole Miss.
I've hit a point of fatigue with the whole talk. Yeah. Like, I'm just over it.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll get to our picks for the week. It's rivalry week in college football, so we will do all that when we come back on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
It's time for you to vent. The Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Parody Contest is on.
Right to jump out Soldier Field.
Seasonal cheer plus bile-filled anger.
More than Arlington dearly sealed.
Equals a shimmering snow globe of pain under Soldier Field's sod mistletoe. Compose yourself. Compose your song. Sing it with holiday joy and submit it at ESPNChicagoContest.com. The top 5 finalists will perform at the annual Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Party. Presented by Surfside and brought to you by Rogers & Hollins and by Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, Golf on NET, and Circus Sports. Stay tuned for details on the holiday party at Empire Burgers and Brew in Naperville on December 19th.
The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase. 12 of America's top high school programs will compete from January 9th to 11th. Over 25 McDonald's All-Americans and 20 NBA draft picks have played there, including 2025 first overall NBA pick Cooper Flagg. 3 days of intense hoops, hustle, and heart at the LaPorte Civic Auditorium in LaPorte, Indiana, just a short drive from Chicago. The LaPorte Invitational, where tomorrow's college and NBA stars take flight. For scheduled tickets and more, go to LaPorteInvitational.com.
Guns N' Roses World Tour 2026. Credit Union One Amphitheater, July 29th. Tickets on sale Friday, December 5th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Acker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Don't miss Macy's best deals of the year. Hurry in and shop epic Black Friday deals on this season's best gifts before they're gone. Like men's and women's boots for just $19.99. Coats for the whole family, 60% off. Levi's jeans and denim, 40% off. Plus, 50% off top beauty gifts from Yves Saint Laurent, Armani, and more. But hurry, these deals end tonight at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
All right, every single week, 10:30, we make our picks for the college slate. And if you want all of our picks, because sometimes we go off the board, you can find it on the Pick Aside podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, including on YouTube, youtube.com/@PickAsideESPN. You can find all of our football recaps on Mondays, and then also get all of our picks, college on Thursday, NFL on Friday, and subscribe, download, all that fun stuff right there. All right, Aiden, what do we have on the slate this week?
All right, gentlemen, let's start with the big one. 11 a.m. coming up here in 20 minutes. Ohio State and Michigan. At the Big House, Ohio State favored by 9.5 on the road in a game that's gone Michigan's way the past few years.
The last few years, I have bet Michigan in this game. That changes today. I think Ohio State is going in there with vicious, dirty thoughts in their minds of what they're going to do to the Michigan Wolverines. This is a murder waiting to happen. They want blood. This Michigan team, I don't think, is very good. They've played two real teams all year. They lost to both USC and Oklahoma. This Ohio State team, I think, is much better than they were a year ago when they won a national title. They have a Heisman favorite at quarterback. They have who I think is the best defensive player and maybe just the best football player in the country in Caleb Downs. Jeremiah Smith's been incredible. Carnell Tate's going to be healthy and go. I think Ohio State kills them. I'm laying the 9.5.
Yeah, I'm going with Ohio State as well, and the points. Julian Sayin, I don't think gets enough credit for how good he's been, and maybe it's the competition that he's played, but even if he was stepping up in competition, I think you'd still see how truly great he's been. He's one of the most efficient passers in the entire sport.
What an on-field interview, by the way. Aiden Hutchinson on the field in Ann Arbor right now on the ESPNU broadcast of the game. I think Michigan's going to look a lot like he did against the Packers. No pressure.
All right, what's next?
By the way, Shea, they're bringing out all the stops. Tom Brady and Derek Jeter.
Is that Gronk there too?
I believe so. I think he just kind of came along.
Just showed up.
Yeah.
Along for the ride.
All right, another 11 a.m. game. Another big one today. Miami and Pitt. Miami favored by 6.5 on the road.
I like Pitt, I think, because Cristobal he always screws this game up. It's the end of the season. He's got a chance to make the ACC title, make the playoff. You know he's going to stub his toe. And Pitt, frankly, since the quarterback change midseason, their offense has been outstanding. If you take the Notre Dame game away, which I don't think is totally fair to do, but Narduzzi himself said, this doesn't mean anything for us.
He took the Notre Dame game
right.
away.
Like, if you take that away, they've been outstanding. And they body-bagged Georgia Tech on the road a week ago. They know the stakes today. I'll take the Panthers.
Yeah, I'm rolling with Pitt, too. They are playing at home, and I think that matters when you're going up against a Miami team traveling north. And we've seen Miami, like you said, piddle this game away before. And this could just be another instance of that. By the way, this kind of hurts me, too, to see this. Do you know what the get-in price is at Acrisure today for Pitt and Miami? $9.
I mean,
awesome if you want to go to the game, but like, This is a big stakes game, top 25 football.
I may switch my pick to Miami after hearing that. That's really just terrible.
What's next, Aiden?
All right, back to the Big Ten. Oregon at Washington. The Ducks, once again, another 6.5-point favorite on the road in a game that has some stakes.
This is a house of horrors for Dan Lanning. I can't remember a time that he traveled to Husky Stadium and came out of there with some success. I always get nervous about this. This is a spot where he gets killed. And Washington, I think, is a little underrated this year. And Oregon, I think, is a little overrated. If Washington can just run the football and play a little ball control, I think it might be an outright victory for the Huskies. Yeah. I'm going to take UW.
Damon Williams has had a sneaky great season for Washington. He's like one of the best quarterbacks that you haven't heard anything about this year. I look at Washington, and I think they cover the spread, but I do think Oregon wins the game. It's like a 27-23, 27-24 type of win for Oregon. They just need to hold serve. Just keep winning, and you'll find yourself in the playoff.
All right, in the SEC, another 2:30 game. The Oklahoma Sooners currently find themselves most likely in a spot in the college football playoff. LSU heading to Norman today. Sooners favored by 10.5 at home.
10.5's a lot of points. Does LSU score? Oklahoma's defense has been so good. They've
the
been
total
so
is
suffocating.
36.5 in a college game.
Yeah, doesn't this feel like a 21-3 or 17-0 kind of final? I guess I don't love laying it in a total this low. You see 10.5 and a total 36.5. You kind of just get guided to taking the underdog. But LSU might legitimately leave here with 0 points. Give me the Sooners.
What if LSU does to Oklahoma what Oklahoma did to Bama last year?
Knocks them out?
Boy. Someone's going to create a little chaos this weekend. Is it going to be LSU?
No, I don't think so. I'd look at other spots for chaos than
I think this is the chaos spot, though, that I would root for the most.
Well, it would be hysterical because you'd have a lame duck interim head coach and a backup quarterback going into Norman and acing out Venables. It'd be funny.
I think this is the chaos spot because then you get into the whole Texas-Oklahoma thing.
Okay.
Maybe this is the spot there. I'll roll with LSU because it's going to be what I'm rooting for.
Go Tigers.
Another big game in rivalry week. A team that's knocking on the door, just basically begging to be let into the college football playoff. In Vandy, Clark Lee gets a new contract this weekend.
By the way, shout out to your guy as well. Drink re-up in
there goes the tuition.
Como.
Tennessee favored by 2.5 in Knoxville.
Yeah, there's Vanderbilt's been around for a very, very long time. Since 1890, they've been playing football. They've never won 10 games. The wait extends today. They're not winning 10 games this season. Tennessee's going to beat them and cover the 2.5. I'll take the Vols.
Yeah, I'm going with the Vols too. It's inside of a field goal. Not only do I think Tennessee wins, I think they may win big today. Like a big number, win by 17 or something like that. Vandy is trying tooth and nail to get into the playoff, and I think the drought extends. The drought extends.
All right, I've got one more for you. If there's anything else you guys want to pick or I missed, hit me with it. But it's the Iron Bowl, and it's Alabama with a win in the SEC championship. A smaller spread than I would have imagined. I get it, it's at Auburn. It's a rivalry game. Anything can happen. The Tide favored by 4.5 on the road.
Shameless plug, Aiden, but if you would listen to Pick a Side, you would have heard.
I'll get to it. I told you.
You would have heard.
It's Auburn, too late now. The best of the numbers gone.
You would have heard Auburn plus 6.5 earlier in the week. I'm sticking with the Auburn Tigers. The spread. I can't really explain the point spread why it's moved to the 2 points, but there was something that just smelled wrong about it when it came out at Alabama laying 6.5. Why is it just stuck under 7 like that? I like Auburn. Kind of the same logic I used with Washington, where if Auburn can just play a little ball control and lean on their defense, they have a chance to just win this game.
You know what's funny? Don't ever let anyone tell you that it doesn't mean more. We went through the ACC price to get in of Pitt and Miami. You see this one?
It just means more, man. It means like
$421 to get in.
It means about 40 times as much in the SEC.
SEC, they supposed to be SEC.
So I think the number has shrunk down enough where I would play Alabama in this game. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Auburn had them on the ropes last year, but this is not that Auburn team. The defense for Auburn is good, but we have seen moments where they will let go of the rope. And to be honest, does Bama need style points? Do they need to prove that we're not just skating by 3 or 4 points in a game? Because you're sitting at 10 right now, which is effectively the last playoff spot. Because a group of 5 and an ACC team are going to take 11 and 12. So Bama is sitting in the final playoff spot for at-large purposes right now. I think they go out and try to make a little bit of a statement today. I'm going to take Bama. The numbers shrunk down enough.
That's all I've got.
All right.
That's all you got?
Am I missing one?
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
All right.
No SMU Cal for us?
No. I mean, 13.5. What do you think?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
All right, those are the picks. We'll craft up our parlay when we come back on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Here comes Week 14 of the NFL takes the Bears up north to take on the Green Bay Packers. Nobody covers this rivalry like ESPN Chicago. Game time is next Sunday at 3:25. Join me, Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, and sync us up for the hometown call, live from Lambeau on the ESPN Chicago app. Bears and Packers on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
This holiday season, make Alma at Hotel Zachary in Wrigleyville your home base. When the temperatures drop and the lights of the Chris Kindle Market Wrigleyville start to glow, there's no better winter escape than Hotel Zachary. Nestled on the second floor is a cozy lounge, Alma, where you can sip something warm or watch the snowfall from a snow globe on the outdoor terrace. Whether it's a weekend staycation or fireside craft cocktails, experience Winterland and get 15% off your check at Alma by letting your bartender know the holiday code ALMA15. Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean. You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor for producing today's show. By the way, our video streaming brought to you by the LaPorte Invitational on Twitch and YouTube. The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase, January 9th through the 11th in LaPorte, Indiana. For tickets, go to laporteinvitational.com. All right, let's get to the parlay. We need a winner. This is the last regular season week. We have just championship week next week, and then we'll have the playoff games. So, where you leading us off here?
OH.
IO.
I'm taking Ohio State. I'm laying the 9.5. It's my favorite play in college of the week. One of my favorite plays, frankly, of the year. I don't think this is going to be a competitive game.
I'm going to go to the SEC.
Oh, hey, shocker. Desmond Howard picked Michigan. Just in case anybody was wondering who Desmond Howard was going to pick on the game day set.
Wonder who Aiden Hutchinson's going to pick, too. I'm going to go to the SEC. We talked about this in our pick segment last segment. I'm going to go with Tennessee. Laying 2.5 to Vandy. You get this thing inside a field goal, and I feel pretty damn good about Tennessee this week. So some downfield shots, and I don't know if Vandy's offense is going to be able to keep up.
Love it. Aiden?
I'm staying in the SEC. And Tyler, we were just talking about it. I like Alabama.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I knew Shea wasn't going to like it.
Oh, boy, 3 favorites, boys.
I knew Shea wasn't going to like it. But like you said, you win and you're in the SEC championship.
I literally have a bet on Auburn.
Well, now you have a bet on Alabama.
You have middle potential here.
Permission to play the under? No, because I'm looking at a 5.5 now.
All right, so land on 6.
Jesus, dude. Permission to play the under?
No, you got to ride.
Hold on. It did just move to 5.5. And now I'm getting nervous, too. Let's switch it up. I'm with Shea. Let's go with the under.
No, you just got bullied.
No,
you got bullied into a pick here.
I'm not bullying.
No.
I'm not bullying.
If you're not going to take Bama, you got to play a different game.
I was just going to recuse myself from the bet because I have a bet on Auburn. I don't think that's unfair.
That's not how this works. That's not how this works.
Literally, as I flipped from one site to the other, it did move to 5.5. And I don't know if I like that.
All right, now you got to pick a different game then.
No, let's stay with it. Give them the extra point.
Roll Tide?
Roll Tide.
Roll damn Tide. All right. Shea's rooting for a 6-point victory there. All right, so we got...
I just might play the 2-leg parlay with you.
That's not how this works.
Bad guy.
I have a bet on Auburn. I'm being transparent
with me.
Last week, Shea?
I'm the most transparent host in history. I'm being transparent.
All right, so it's Tennessee, it's Ohio State, and it's Bama. We got three brands, 3 favorites. What could go wrong, right?
Sounds like
boys?
a winner to me.
What could go wrong? All right.
Auburn's going to win outright.
Oh, my God.
Auburn's going to win the football game.
Oh, man. When it lands on 6, you'll be thanking us. When it lands on 6, you'll be thanking us.
I was getting all excited, too. I was like, maybe I'll just put 2 units on this just to have a little fun final week of the year. And then he goes to Bama, and I'm like, I don't even want to play it.
I think we're moving lines here. Ohio State just moved to 10.
I do like when we do our champ week parlay or like the playoff week parlay, because we're threading needles. We are threading needles at that point because there's only like 7 games. And then the playoff, it's even less.
Yeah.
I loved... when we would do the same game parlay for the national championship. It's one game. You just got to prop yourself to death. Death by props in that one. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. We'll be back with you next week talking all things college football with you. And as always, you can find us on the Pick Aside podcast for all of our football recap from the weekend at Pick Aside ESPN, youtube.com/@PickAsideESPN, and wherever you get your podcasts as well. Peggy and Dionne are coming up next.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Black Friday sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus get exclusive Black Friday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your Black Friday savings before they're gone at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
Hawk Auto
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious Dubai chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See menards.com for details.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Most elves have pointy shoes. I have 4 paws.
Ho, ho, ho! Pallet, how's my favorite helper making the season shine?
Oh, just sprinkling a little color wherever I go. You see, Santa, my person's a veteran, and some days the memories are heavy. When her skies turn gray, I help fill her heart with shades of hope, the purple of laughter, the blue of courage, and the happy hue of joy.
Sounds like you're painting the world brighter.
That's right, Santa. I'm more than her service dog. I'm her living paintbrush. With every swoosh of my tail, I add a stroke of cheer to her canvas. With every longing gaze, I brush love on the picture we're creating together. A masterpiece, wrapped in warmth and tied with a bow.
Now that's a gift you can't put under a tree.
This season, help paint the picture. Learn more at dogsinc.org.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Saturday, welcome into Peggy and Dionne as the Bears coming off the upset win over the Philadelphia Eagles, the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the NFC East leading Eagles, the Super Bowl MVP, Jalen Hurts. No more struggling backup quarterbacks or rookie quarterbacks. This was a quality team with a statement. And speaking of statements, did you hear this from Ben Johnson last night?
Man, I'm so proud of you guys. We took a short week. You took no shortcuts. We talked about the team that made more mistakes was going to lose that game. You guys didn't do it. You played your best ball for 60 minutes. Well done. Well done. Well done. All right, hey, there's a number of performances here that we got to talk about, but I'm only going to give out 2 game balls right now, all right? Give me the first one. Listen. This guy really should have had it for the last 3 weeks, and I've been wrong. I've been wrong, all right? But Shawnee, talk about turning the game. Playing football.
Man, I appreciate all y'all. The organization, polls, everybody that allowed me to come here and do what I do best, and I appreciate y'all. I love y'all.
You're a ball player, boy! Ball player!
And like KG said, this only matter from this point forward, so let's keep it going.
Keep going. Man, we got a couple backs that ran their asses off today. Yeah! But let me tell you something. It does not get done without this offensive line.
Back, that's how we want it. Hey, let's enjoy this one, man. Let's get ready. Check on Green Bay. Let's do it. Hold on.
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago is hungry too.
The best. It doesn't get old. Welcome in Peggy and Dionne on a victory Saturday. Dionne, that was a statement win last night by the Chicago Bears.
And Peggy, they are legit contenders in the NFC, and you cannot argue otherwise at this point. I don't think any of us on the pregame show predicted that they would win. But also Tom Waddle said he wouldn't have been surprised if they did. And he said something before the game. He said, if they win this game, they go from a good story to a good football team. And that is what we saw unfold last night. They were able to win despite Caleb Williams not being at his best. They were in complete control of that game from start to finish, Peggy. And I did not anticipate that. But credit Ben Johnson for the preparation, for the belief, for them feeling like they went in there. They knew he believed they could perform that way. And they were so ready for anything Philly threw at them. I'm still this morning, like I woke up, I listened to that whole thing again when he rips his shirt off, Peggy. I listened to it all again this morning, getting goosebumps, and just have to chuckle to myself. Like, here they are, 1 year after the worst Black Friday, maybe in team history. Here they are, the 2 seed in the NFC at 9-3.
Let me just say, the locker room video of Good, Better, Best is so must-watch video that these other NFL teams, you can stop posting your locker room game balls being passed out because they're boring. I saw another team do it from the NFC North. It was boring. It was not interesting. I thought that when you see Mad Max, Magic Mike, Ben Johnson in the Bears locker room, how could you ever post any other team's locker room video after seeing his? It is just a riot, and everybody is catching on to it. Everyone, you watch all of the networks this morning, everyone's making jokes about it, about him, creatine Ben, wow, he was more ripped than you thought, no bulk, but he's cut. It was great. And Wiener Circle did confirm Tuesday will be free hot dogs in Chicago.
Did you see what they put on their marquee last night, Peggy?
I didn't see it. What was it?
They said, we have a new Mayor Johnson in town.
Oh, is that good? That is so true.
It was so well done. But here's something that I am reminded of again and again when we're watching Ben Johnson and still getting to know him. I remember when he first got hired, and there were a lot of people wondering the Dan Campbell effect on him and why Dan Campbell was so successful and what he watched. And one of the things that resonated with me is that when you are confident in who you are and what you believe you can do, if you're confident in that, the rest of the things that are just, they fade away, right? You're so self-confident in who you are and what you can accomplish. And that's who Ben Johnson is. That's why he can go in that locker room and rip his shirt off and have a blast with those guys and then come to the podium and be so poised and so put together. And he just understands the importance of his role as a coach. A lot of the things that we're seeing that are so different for the Bears is coaching, Peggy. It's they're buying in. They're totally bought in. because it's working. And I think that's been really powerful to watch that turnaround and to watch them take that step each and every week, for them to continue to say the biggest difference from last year is this year is belief. We have a coach who believes that we can win. We have a coach who believes that they've done more preparation than anybody else. It's the tiny little details. And that's what we're seeing. That's truly what we're seeing unfold.
I don't think it's a blind faith. I don't think it's a belief like what this is just this magic man. I think that what Ben Johnson, as he has explained it, and as Kevin Byard explained it as well last week, is that Ben Johnson is so well prepared that the game plan means 1 + 1 = 2. And when you get to 2, 2 + 3 is going to equal 5. And they have seen that the game plans are working. And when they go into the film room and they break it down and they see where things did not work, it was because they did not do 1 + 1 = 2. And so they literally can see why it works, not just the logic, but that it does work. And so they trust in his game plan. And I think that is where, when we talk about belief, that is, it's built in the results, that they literally can see it when they break down the film, that this is working and this is exactly what happened when we did it this way. So it's really fabulous. I love it. The game plan to work the clock, pound the football, keep the Eagles off the offense, off of the field, was really brilliant, especially with the way the wind was. 281 yards rushing on 47 run plays. The most runs called by the Bears in a non-overtime game in 30 years. Second time now the Bears have had over 280 yards rushing in a game this year. I mean, it was such a smart game plan.
That 11-play, 78-yard drive that scored the first touchdown with DeAndre Swift was such a masterful thing of beauty. It was a great drive. It milked the clock. It was just, he made the right decisions at the right times. And I just am so impressed with that. And then even with, like, DeAndre Swift is having a great game. Kyle Monunga is having a great game. I mean, they haven't had 200-yard rushers, 85, right? That's what we've all been talking about for the last 12 hours. Since 1985, they haven't had 200-yard rushers. But what I love about that is
in a single game,
yes. And what I love about that is, like, every game has been different, Peggy. There isn't one thing where you say, oh, well, they're just really, really good at running the ball, or they've found ways to win in different ways every single week. It feels like every single week. Like, they could be credited for yesterday as the running game was so huge. But then in other games, it's been Caleb sometimes. It's been special teams. It's been defense. It's been Nashawn Wright. My goodness, his story just gets better and better and better, doesn't it, Peg? I mean, it's just, I feel like there's all of this around them that has made it a very special season so far.
The Bears looked like the old school Bears with the 281 yards on the ground. But these are not the same old Bears, as we were reminded last week by Montez Sweat. They came into this game with the number 2 rushing offense in the NFL, averaging 142.3 yards per game. I am quite sure they will vault up to number 1. I don't know that that's a vault. I think it's a leapfrog when you're just going over one position. They have to go to number 1 and become the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL after that. It was brilliant. And giving the game ball to the offensive line and Jonah Jackson taking it. First of all, the offensive line, I literally, when I was out there at Hallis during the week, somebody was telling me that talking to the guys on the offensive line, whether it's Joe Tooney or Chris Dahlman or Jonah Jackson, they're not exactly, they're so old school. They're not exactly the most colorful guys. Some might call them a little boring, not very interesting to talk to. And these guys were literally just telling me this at practice the other day. And then you see them get the game ball in that video clip, and to see Joe Tooney and Chris Dahlman and Jonah Jackson, and to see them all doing the middle huddle and dancing around with the game ball was so funny to me, because it's so out of character for them. They're like the serious big guys. They're like the old Denver Broncos offensive line. They all stick together. They all walk together. They, do everything together. They still have their weekly dinners together. I just thought that it was so funny to see them get the game ball like that. And then Jonah immediately like, all right, now let's start thinking about Green Bay.
Yeah, no, I know. I loved it too. And you could tell even when Jonah grabbed the ball in the locker room, like the other guys kind of reluctantly joined him in the front of the room, which I thought was really cool. And, I was stopped last night on someone posted on Twitter. They posted like Joe Tooney and how impactful he's been in every stop, whether it be New England. They posted a picture of him in New England where he won Super Bowls, obviously in Kansas City where he won Super Bowls, and then in his Bears uniform, and noted how the Chiefs have struggled all year. Like his role is so valuable, Peggy, and I believe that to be on and off the field. And I think we're not even privy to how much he helps those young guys along, but how much confidence his presence gives to them. I think that can't be understated. He's a guy who just does his job, isn't going to say a lot of flashy things. He's just going to do the work at an extremely high level, and it's impressive. And even just the way that whole interior of the offensive line is built and what they were able to do last night, it was just fun. It's fun. Winning is fun, Peg. It's so fun. I like it so much more.
And 7 explosive plays last night, 6 of them coming in the run game. The Bears now lead the NFL with 94 big plays. That's runs of 10 plus yards or catches of 20 plus yards. And the one in the air was the Cole Kmet touchdown, and the others were the big gains on the ground. I mean, it was a physical game by the offensive line. They came in with the 5th best run blocking win rate according to Next Gen Stats. And Ozzie Trapillo, by the way, did start at left tackle, even though Theo Benedette was cleared and was healthy, was taken off of the injury report. It looks like it is now Ozzie Trapillo's job there on the left side. He did give up that 1 sack to Caleb Williams, but listen, these guys, the Bears, are getting their money's worth with the offensive line.
They are, and everything starts up front. I mean, the fact that Caleb is not being sacked at the rate he was a year ago has, I think, helped him tremendously, and his just in confidence in knowing that they're going to do that. And I even am kind of like, I've noted how different his talk is after games and just how much he credits the team, how much he talks about his offensive linemen, like the whole group, and in a lot of ways too, and also recognizing that they have not hit their peak yet, and here we are. Like that's the last. They went undefeated in November, Peggy. They did not lose a game in November. That is impressive. That's so different.
Yeah, the 5 straight wins. Yeah, that's over a month of winning, and that's 9 of their last 10. Hey, when we come back, speaking of Caleb Williams, have you guys noticed something else that he has been saying a lot? And when Ben Johnson brought up the city of Chicago in that post-game scrum in the locker room last night, did you notice how excited Caleb Williams and his teammates got about Chicago? Bears fans, you got to love the message that is being sent. Let's talk about that when we come back at 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, victory Saturday on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Black and Abdallah fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yingling.
Wondering what makes neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, nothing fake. Because when good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. December is Customer Appreciation Month at the Lantern in Naperville. Stop in for your free raffle ticket for the 12 Bags of Christmas giveaway. Join them this Thursday from 7 to 9 p.m. for a neutral tasting event and enjoy neutral specials all day long. Neutral, real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
Gear up for this festive time of year with incredible digital deals through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save big on everything from premium produce and salty snacks to tasty beverages and more. Download the app today and get set to score more savings.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi. Get fast, reliable internet for every device every day, starting at just $19.95 a month forever. You heard that right. Less than $20. No hidden fees. Just your price locked in. Visit astound.com to sign up today. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
A little draw up the middle and to the right into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, DeAndre Swift. The Philadelphia native gets the first points of the day. And the Bears lead at 6-0, capping the drive with a 3-yard touchdown run by DeAndre Swift.
Such great energy. Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule. Welcome back to the post-game show with Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000 as we get through this snowy Saturday afternoon. It actually is really pretty out, though, Peg.
I know. I like it, too. I do, too. I love it. I call it the Christmas morning type of snowfall. It's just, a nice, even snowfall. I haven't been out, tried to go out on the roads or anything, so I don't know, how bad it is out there right now, but it's pretty.
Yeah, no, I actually took Cash to his first hockey game. He's in a hockey tournament this weekend, and it wasn't bad. Not too bad. So please stay safe out there and enjoy your weekend.
The DeAndre Swift touchdown. The fact that the Bears were controlling the clock in the first half was so important to keep the Eagles offense off the field, because it was still, it was 10-7 game. It was still a one possession game that whole first half that made you very nervous, because you're like, wow, they have controlled the clock twice as long holding the ball than the Eagles did possessing it. And yet they didn't have many points to show for it. And it just made you so nervous. But in the end, it was going to come down to who could score, and scoring against a top 5 defense that does not let you in the end zone. They have a great red zone defense, and to be able to score against them was huge. To be able to take the ball away from a team that was number 1 in protecting the ball on offense was huge, doing it not once, not twice. So the Bears, listen, things are going their way. You might have said that, they were getting these magical wins before and they were getting lucky. Sometimes the ball is bouncing your way as well. And that comes, as we all know, luck comes from preparation.
It totally does, Peggy. And I agree with you. I did not expect a Vic Fangio defense to look that way, or for the Bears to be able to move the ball the way that they did against his defense, especially as stout as they've been in the red zone. I was really surprised by that. But I mean, give the Bears credit, give them credit for doing the preparation and putting in the work to be ready for this moment. They know, as much as they say they don't care what outside voices are there, Peggy, they know that people were questioning their 8-3 standing and looking at them beating up backup quarterbacks and not really thinking it's legit. They are fully aware of all of that. And yesterday they said, I mean, you heard some of the guys walking out the field. They're like, what are you going to say now? I mean, they truly beat the defending champions. They truly beat them. They dominated them. It was not even as close as the score indicated. And Jalen Hurts looked defeated. Yesterday, after I listened to you and Yurko on the postgame show, I went on YouTube and found an Eagles post-game show just because I wanted to see what they were saying. And of course, the sky is falling for the Eagles, but they gave the Bears credit. They said, look, they were ready, and the Eagles couldn't stop them on the ground. And that is surprising, but here the Bears are.
The Eagles may have the Godfather in Vic Fangio, but the Bears have the mad scientist in Ben Johnson. I really, really enjoy this team. And when you were saying that Caleb comes across more, like, we are watching him mature.
Absolutely.
We are watching him become very calm within his post-game press conferences, his weekly press conferences as well. And the one thing that really stood out to me yesterday, and I said this before we went to break, when Ben Johnson said, you know what, who else is hungry? I know you're hungry for a win, but you know who else is hungry? The city of Chicago. And all of a sudden you see Caleb go, Chicago. And then everyone in the background is all going, Chicago. I got goosebumps at that, because these are transplants that came to our city for their job, and they are embracing the spirit of Chicago. And that is something I think Bears fans should really wrap your arm around, the fact that these players get it and they respect the history here and they love the city and the fans, and they truly are doing it for Chicago. I just love it. We're seeing it. We're seeing this team grow before our eyes.
Peggy, we've been around enough new head coaches with this franchise who've said a lot of the same things, right? They've said a lot of that. They've been like the history here and all of that stuff. There is just an authenticity to the way Ben has approached this entire thing that I think has made it just a little bit different. The other thing that stood out to me about that portion of the video was how excited Caleb was that he took his shirt off. Like, and I think that just says a lot about their relationship and connection. And it's just how they are as a team, like how excited they are to give Nashawn Wright the game ball, how thrilled they all were that the offensive line, like, they truly care about each other as teammates, and they're a fun, enjoyable group. And but they're also a good football team now, Peg. They really are. They can find ways to win. Now, I'm not ready to say that Ben Johnson is the greatest coach they've ever had, but I told Sylvie this morning, he's casting a shadow on that conversation. He is definitely proving elite when it comes to game preparation. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. When it comes to game preparation, when it comes to the coin toss, when it comes to deciding
every detail.
to keep it so that they would have the wind at their back, as opposed to throwing into the wind, which is what the Eagles ended up having to do. I mean, there's so many little details that I don't know if you heard J-Mac on the post-game show last night, but when we talk about the mad scientist that is Ben Johnson, J-Mac told a story of being in the elevator and at the team hotel, and they were getting on the team bus to head over to the stadium. And Ben Johnson was in the elevator, and J-Mac was getting on, and he says, "Hello, coach," and Ben Johnson says, "Hi, Jason," and he said, "I swear to God, I thought he was going to break out into he was so serious, and he already had his game face on, and it was like he was already dissecting the very moment and what he was going to call at that moment, and it was so funny to see that, to hear that behind the scenes, this mad scientist, this little mini Mike Ditka that we have is as intense as we think he is. From the moment that it's game day. Just speaking of game day, wait until Sunday's games.
Oh my gosh.
Wait until we hear what all the national guys are going to be saying about the Bears. Just wait.
You're right, Peggy. I think that conversation is definitely going to be changing around what they've been doing. I do love how intense Ben Johnson is. I think, and everything he does is to that level of intensity, right down to ripping his shirt off. Everything is done to that level of intensity. He is always so locked in. I think I would think it would be very challenging to talk to him pregame. Honestly, like J-Mac said, I think it would be very hard because his brain is so many steps ahead, right? And filled with all these things. But yet, you mentioned something about Caleb's calmness, Peggy. Have you noticed, or had you noticed, I guess in a couple of those late game drives when he had to come on the field, he took a moment on the sidelines and took these big inhales and exhales. And I'm wondering how he's on calming himself down in those moments. I think he's always had the confidence, but when he's breathing, or everything is slowing down for him. And I don't know how much they've intentionally done that with him, or if he's chosen to do that on his own, or how
he talked about that
into that slowing down the rhythm.
He talked about that a week or so ago, and he said that he closes his eyes and takes a deep breath on the sidelines before the big moments in a game, and he just brings his whole heart rate down, that he just kind of, it's definitely a little Phil Jackson, a little Zen, a little yogi, but it's very intentional. It is. Hey, let's do this. Let's take a break. Let's continue the conversation. Where were you all a year ago this weekend, right? Because it was a year ago yesterday that Matt Eberflus was fired. And now his replacement, Ben Johnson, who was on the other sideline in that Thanksgiving Day loss to the Lions, Ben Johnson, as the Bears head coach, has the Bears in first place, not only in the NFC North, but second place in the NFC. Who would have thunk it? We'll open up the phone lines at 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
The Bears. The Bears.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons! The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase. 12 of America's top high school programs will compete from January 9th to 11th. Over 25 McDonald's All-Americans and 20 NBA draft picks have played there, including 2025 first overall NBA pick Cooper Flagg. 3 days of intense hoops, hustle, and heart at the LaPorte Civic Auditorium in LaPorte, Indiana, just a short drive from Chicago. The LaPorte Invitational, where tomorrow's college and NBA stars take flight. For schedule, tickets, and more, go to LaPorteInvitational.com.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious to buy chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See Menards.com for details.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Two tight ends, right side of the line. Manungai, the lone back, take from center, and the give. Manungai, washed out by Jonah Jackson, clears a path to the end zone for Kyle Manungai. Mighty Manungai, another touchdown run, this one of 4 yards, and a 16-9 Bears lead over the Eagles.
Rookie Kyle Manungai with 130 yards rushing yesterday, his fourth straight game with a rushing touchdown. The Peggy and Dionne Show is brought to you by Zazu Salons. They are a very proud sponsor. We know it. They may not have said it that way, but we know they are. Their new Geneva location is now open. Book your next cut, color, or blowout at ZazuSalons.com and discover the Zazu difference.
Okay, Dionne, I have got to tell you this. I am laughing so hard. Someone in the Bears locker room has a screen grab from the celebration in the locker room. And in the back, you see like all the players have their phones out, videotaping, recording Ben Johnson taking his shirt off. And in the very back, like behind Colston Loveland, who's like laughing and he's got his phone up and he's laughing, watching. Behind him, someone who is shirtless is above the other guys, and either he jumps up in the air and his fist goes through the ceiling.
No way. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
It is so funny. I don't know who it is. You can't tell who it is because it's kind of blurry. But it's like he jumped. He's a whole head and shoulders above the other guys. So he must have jumped in the air and like threw his fist up in the air. And his fist is in the ceiling panel. Oh my God. Between that and guess what is selling on TikTok? Shirtless Ben Johnson.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I'm already scrolling through trying to find one for I just found one. There's the ugly Christmas sweater with a shirtless Ben Johnson. There's the T-shirts with a shirtless Ben Johnson.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh! It is so funny. I mean, you guys, come on! They've captured everyone's attention here in Chicago. It's fair. You know what? Let's go out to the phone lines and let's let some of the Bears fans speak about this as well. Darren is in Iowa. Hi, Darren.
Hey, Dionne and Peggy. Thanks for taking my call. Hope you both had a wonderful Thanksgiving. You know,
we did.
That offensive line is stout. That running game is a stout. But Thursday night against the Packers and the Lions, one of the best nose tacklers, Wyatt, broke his ankle. He will be out next Sunday night when they play the Chicago Bears. If that offensive line can go in there and knock them guys around and they can score points, because I'm here it could be snowy and windy. Jordan Love could have a hard time throwing that ball. I think the Bears can win this game. 6.5-point favorite Packers. Hey, big deal. We were 7-point underdog yesterday. What happened? I'm going to hang up and let you talk. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Darren. Oh, my gosh, that is so funny. Yeah, you know what? Devontae Wyatt is injured for the Packers. He broke his ankle in the second half of their win over the Lions. And listen, that was the game that we wanted the Packers to win because the Bears have their 2 games against Green Bay yet to play. So they have an opportunity not only to split the season, but to take the season series from them because they've already lost to Minnesota once and they already lost to the Lions once. So you wanted the Packers to win. And yeah, you know, now you lose your nose tackle as well at a time when the running game is often running. Yeah, it's suddenly when we were saying, can you find 2 more wins on the Bears final? Listen, prior to the Steelers game, the Bears had 5 straight wins that were against teams with sub 500 records. Then they beat the Steelers. Then they beat the Eagles. And then starting with the Eagles game, all of their opponents, with the exception of Cleveland, has at least 7 wins. So this is not an easy stretch. They're hitting the hardest stretch of their schedule. But when we were saying, gosh, you know, where are we going to find some wins for the Bears there? Now it's like, listen, any week is a win. And I'm a believer. Any week is a win.
Yeah, Peggy, I'm with you wholeheartedly. I heard somebody say the Packers don't scare me. And in my brain, I thought none of these teams remaining scare me. I think with Ben Johnson, they have this. I trust what he's doing. They do too. I mean, what have they shown us that gives us pause to think that he's not going to be prepared for Green Bay next week? Green Bay twice in 3 weeks. How about that? That he's going to somehow overlook Cleveland. That's not his MO. If you told him he had the Packers twice in 3 weeks, he would probably look at us and say, no, we have them this Sunday. And that's it. Because that's how he approaches everything. And that's how they've bought in to the same thing. I don't think that any opponent remaining on the schedule is insurmountable for them. I truly don't. Now the Eagles did not look and are coming off that awful loss to Dallas, and they've had a short week of 2 bad losses, and their mental state may be different. But at the same time, like, their talent is still evident, still the champs until proven otherwise, right? And the Bears were the dominant team.
Listen, the Eagles had a lot of quality wins, so you can't discount them. This is the NFL this year. The NFL this year is all about parity, and that there is so much parity in the league. Any given Sunday has never been more true than it is these days. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Tony, our friend, is in Joliet. Happy Thanksgiving weekend, Tony.
Oh, kids. Are you kidding me with that game? I was with a group, like I always am watching it, and I'm telling you, I literally said during the moment, I'm like, you know, guys, this is awesome because Philly thinks their greatest sports legend is Rocky. They believe it. They think he's real. And we went in there and did a Rocky to them, man. Nobody thought the Bears were going to win this game. Nobody. I didn't. This was a statement game this was a game that the fans now know we are real because the culture is there now. They've established a culture. And I rewatched the locker room thing, Peg, and like you said, you got goosebumps. I was in tears because we are going to have a relationship with the two most important people, and it will be Chicago sports because the Bears are this town. We have Ben Johnson and Caleb developing something that's going to be father-son for 10 years. It is gorgeous, and I say we need to get in a van, drive down to Philly, have Dionne park because we know she's not afraid of parking's bad. She'll park in the handicap spot, and we're going to grab that statue and park it outside of Soldier Field, girls, because we're Rocky, and we're going to be winning because once he won, he didn't lose for a long time. Love you guys. Have a great day.
Oh, my God. Tony, thank you. I love that he described it as a father-son relationship because I'll tell you what, my dad is not walking around without his shirt on looking like that, okay? That was not a dad bod. By the way, I would just like to kudos to Mrs. Ben Johnson. Your husband is cut. That was not a dad bod. That was not a dad. Although he did have little boy hair going on.
He did. It was yes, he took that hat off. It was definitely little boy hair. But he's not even 40 yet. What did we think? He wasn't going to have a dad bod. Good heavens, he's 39 years old. No, I was, but I also had a thought, Peggy. I wondered if he kind of put off taking his shirt off because he was working on it, because he knew that when he did, it would become a t-shirt
he took our
on
advice.
TikTok.
I think he took our advice, Dionne. Remember when we said don't do it until it's a really big win? You can't do it. You can't do it too soon. Let's squeeze another phone call in here on the South Side. John is up next. Hi, John.
For taking my call. I think could be the greatest Bears season ever, and I was around in '85. The half game separates the Packers and the Bears, and we play them twice. And I have one other thing. I think it's time that the Chicago embraces an AFC team to move into Soldier Field and then be the Chicago Chargers, maybe.
Oh, well, that's an interesting thought to have another. I think the McCaskey family would have something to say about another NFL team. Their relationship with the league office is one that I think they would put a heavy dose of pressure on that not happening. But, John, thank you for the phone call, by the way. Yeah. What were you going to say, Dionne?
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't have anything to say right in that moment. I have to be honest, Peg. You see my sweatshirt today. This is a very big game going on in Ann Arbor right now, and I am slightly edgy. It's okay, though. It's okay. I'm not going to be distracted. We're going to let it all unfold. It's still very early, but they are facing their largest deficit of the season right now. That's okay. That's okay. We'll be okay.
I have my Longhorn mom hat on in honor of the Longhorns win last night.
That was massive. That was very big, and it's going to shake up the college football playoff scene for sure before we even got to Saturday.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we need to take another break. When we come back, we continue on the phone lines at 312-332-3776. So much to talk about on a victory Saturday. Your Bears, your first place Chicago Bears.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Exclusive Bears access.
Here comes after every Bears game.
Caleb, another come from behind victory.
That is Ben Johnson, Bears head coach.
Hear Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams first before their post-game press conferences on the home of the Bears.
You guys are the most resilient group seen around here in quite a while. Thank you.
ESPN Chicago.
Walner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Walner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Walner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Walner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Walner Law, 312-8 million.
There is no better time to experience the warmth of Bolingbrook than the holiday season, especially now during this Diamond Jubilee year. Bolingbrook welcomes you to Town Center on December 6th for the fabulous tree lighting ceremony from 5:30 to 7:30. Take a winter walk, enjoy the Festival of Lights, and check out my social media. I went to the Festival of Lights. It is gorgeous. You have to see what Bolingbrook is doing. It is perfect to take the family. Find something special as we debut the Mistletoe Market and create sparkling memories as well. Join us for the new holiday tradition filled with festive lights, local vendors, delicious treats, and fun for the whole family. Shop for unique gifts, snap a photo with Santa, and just soak in all of the holiday cheer. Whether you live in Bolingbrook or you're a visitor, put the kids in the car, go for a drive. You will feel the passion of the holiday cheer. The season's magic beginning on December 6th. Go to bolingbrook.gov for a complete schedule.
Guns N' Roses World Tour 2026. Credit Union One Amphitheater, July 29th. Tickets on sale Friday, December 5th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I think every single game that we want to play and that we play, it is to make a statement. And that's just another game for us. Focus on being 1-0 each week, and we keep doing that. We keep focusing on what's inside, the noise inside of the building. Honestly, it doesn't. The statements and all of that, is more of the outside noise, more of kind of stuff for y'all to kind of talk about, and the analysts and all the whoever to talk about. And so, we'll keep focusing on ourselves. We'll keep focusing on being 1-0. We'll keep focusing on finding ways to win games, but also find ways to better ourselves so we can be where we want to be.
Their statement win over the Eagles 24-15 to improve to 9-3. I believe this is the first time they've been 9-3 since 2010, Peggy. So
wow.
That's kind of a big deal. And I was just reading that apparently the 281 yards that the Eagles gave up yesterday is the most that they've allowed since 1973.
Wow, that's
the most
something.
they've given up at home in the Super Bowl era.
Well, listen, they were 15-1 in their last 16 games at the Link.
Yeah.
And Nick Sirianni was 11-0 against the NFC North. So that was his first loss to the NFC North. It was a historic loss at home. And the Eagles were the only team the Bears had not beaten in the post-Lovie Smith era. When you think about that, you're like, wow. I mean, the Eagles had dominated the Bears over the last almost 20 years. So, this was huge. This was really big. And, for Caleb Williams to say, it's not a statement game. This is for us to talk about, here, us in the media, and for you all to debate it. No, it was a statement game. And I think the statement was, believe in us. Because we believe we are good. You just haven't been listening.
Yeah, or paying attention, or no one's really wanted to pay attention. It does feel faster than we thought. It is ahead of schedule.
Of course, yes.
But you have to think about the absolute rock star staff that he has put together. Dan Rochard deserves a lot of credit for the way he has brought this offensive line together. Eric Bieniemy with the running backs. Bieniemy is head coach caliber. He was wanted as such for several years. And what Dennis Allen has done with this defense, Peggy, you know what was a footnote yesterday? Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon came back. That ended up being like an afterthought. And they didn't have any starting linebackers again. And it wasn't a massive issue.
Can I just say, Eric Bieniemy on the sidelines looks like Father Time. He looks like Father Time. Like, I really have to stop and take a look and say, who is that? Oh, whoa, that's Bieniemy with the long gray beard going. It's awesome. Let's keep going on the phone lines. Everyone wants to celebrate this Bears win. Chris is in Iowa. Hi, Chris.
Hi, how you doing? That was an amazing game to watch yesterday. And I got to thinking this last week with some of the players that, a couple of the players that were former Eagles that kind of had big games yesterday, especially Byard and DeAndre Swift. But one player in particular, I think Joe Thuney, who had a pretty rough Super Bowl last year against the Eagles. I imagine that he had this game on his circled as soon as he came to Chicago, because that offensive line just played their butts off, and I think Thuney especially. I think he really. I think that one was personal for him because he had a rough Super Bowl against Philly last year.
That's a
let you guys talk.
That's a great point, Chris.
Thank you.
That's a really
good point. Yeah.
You know, Jalen Carter burst through the line early in the game and got through, and I thought, I was worried that this was going to be the Jalen Carter I told you so game to the Bears. You know, Ryan Poles, I told you should have drafted me. And after that break through the line, he was shut down and manhandled to the point that the interior linemen for the Bears were talking about how much Jalen Carter was jawing all game long. And he was frustrated. And they loved it. They mauled him.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure did. They were the better team yesterday, and I didn't think we would be saying that going in there, but it started up front in the trenches, and I didn't think about that with Joe Thuney, but that is such a good point. Talk about a guy who would never say that out loud, but take it so personally that it wasn't a great Super Bowl against that team and having a chance for a bit of redemption.
Dave is in Huntley. Hi, Dave.
Hello, ladies.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm doing fabulous. Victory Saturday. I love that as much as Victory Monday.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, two things real fast. Strength of schedule, you two were talking about it earlier. If a team went 17-0, but had the weakest schedule, aren't they still 17-0?
Yes, exactly.
And if a team has the strongest schedule and they go winless, well, at least they had the strength of schedule. It doesn't matter. You play who's on the schedule. And the Bears are winning. Yeah. And then the other thing, everyone's talking about, Ben Johnson needs this from Detroit, and this is just what they did in Detroit. Detroit went from good to better. The Bears don't want to go from good to better. They want to go from good to better, so your better is best. And that's what Ben Johnson is doing.
You're exactly right. Here's the thing that I will say about the strength of schedule, Dave. So you're right. Like, if you're 17-0, aren't you still 17-0? Absolutely right. But among teams like with winning records, the Bears were last, okay? And what it does is it just gives you a reference point. It's like, okay, I know you can only play the teams that are on your schedule, but really, how good are the Bears? And I think that it was easy for many of us to look at that strength of schedule and to say, the 8 teams that they beat prior to this game, they had 8 wins. That's the truth.
Yeah,
they had 8 wins amongst the teams that they had beaten. So they stop and you say, I don't have a reference point to how good this team is. And the reason is we haven't seen them play their best. And I think that's why, because we know what we're watching. And we know a week ago, DeAndre Swift was struggling in the run game. Yeah. Right. Caleb Williams hasn't had that phenomenal game. They had the big touchdown game against the Cowboys, but we have yet to see all 3 phases of this team, plus the coaching, plus the quarterback, plus the rookies, plus the skill position players, a pass rush. We've yet to see it all come together at one. Now that we have seen these pieces, and these pieces are what is leading you to 9 wins, man, look out when it does come together.
Well, Peggy, and I also get very we can only play. They made the schedule before this. They can't pick that. They don't know that Joe Burrow's going to go down. They don't know that they're going to be facing that Jackson Dart's going to get knocked out of the game with a concussion. None of that. That's just happening before their eyes, and they're adjusting and they're doing what needs to happen to beat that team on that day. End of story. And in the end, that's when you only play 1 game a week. That's your assignment, and the Bears are completing the assignment right now, thanks to a great coaching staff, thanks to their focus and what they're doing. It is hard. I agree with you. It's hard to say how good are they really. But now they get to this point. They are 9-3 without playing their best football. That is remarkable. That's remarkable.
Yeah. So that's what we use those strength of schedules for, is to give yourself an idea. Listen, college football does it on a weekly basis. On a weekly basis, it's all about your strength of schedule. So, all right, we're up against the top of the hour here. Wow, this first hour flew by. This is what happens, Dionne, when we get a victory Saturday. Let's hear more from Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and more of your phone calls. 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060. And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
3rd and 1, tush push time. First of the day, the Eagles on the snap. Hurts Not a lot of movement.
Right.
Not a lot of movement. And the Bears feel good about it at the moment.
They'll repeat it if they didn't get it.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. Bears are saying it's their football. Are they coming up with a football? Let's see. Let's see. This would be a monumental play.
Monster play. If it
Monster.
worked.
Come on.
Bears ball.
Bears have taken it away.
Ball.
Oh, my goodness.
It was
Nashawn Wright.
Yeah,
pulled it out of there and
the
recovered.
Playmaker.
Yeah, the playmaker made a monumental play. Some Midwestern muscle right there, baby.
That was a monumental play because the Eagles were on their way towards the end zone looking to take their first lead of the game. That did not happen. The Bears ended up adding a touchdown of their own, and they come away with a massive victory. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville, and we thank them, as always, for sponsoring the fun. Someone asked me last night about Nashawn Wright, and and how much that story, it just keeps getting better. Peggy, I don't know. It's remarkable, the things that he's gone through just through these first 11, 12 games and finding a way to make such an impact and having an opportunity. I think Ryan Poles deserves a lot of credit for that. I think so does Dennis Allen, Al Harris, just for plucking this guy off of a practice squad and never, ever anticipating that he would play as much as he is. Never.
Is that how they got him off the practice squad? I thought he was let go by the Vikings.
I thought he was plucked off the practice squad, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm like, you know how my memory is on these mornings, but he was not sought after, right? Like he was just brought in to be backup depth. And here he is. I think combined with fumbles and interceptions, he's got like 7 or 8 takeaways total,
So he leads the NFL with 8 takeaways now. He has 5 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. I mean, and everybody was worried. Where were they? How do you bench a guy like Nashawn Wright when Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson are? Well, Tyreek Stevenson didn't play, so there's one position. And the other thing is that Dennis Allen will go dime defense on you, and he'll put 6 defensive backs there, especially with your 3 starting linebackers and your first guy into the rotation. All being out. So it is working to their advantage right now. It's just the 26 takeaways now for the Bears leading the league.
Wow.
Is really something. Kevin Byard, we talked about, I was trying to think, Tommy Waddle had asked me during the week on Waddle and Sylvie, who I thought would be Pro Bowlers. And I said, well, Kevin Byard. He goes, God, I didn't even think of that. I go, I mean, he's leading the league in interceptions. And then he gets another one yesterday.
I know.
17th pick by the Bears defense. It's the most interceptions by a Bears defender in a single season since 2018. It's, the Bears they're breaking records. They're setting new ones. And I mean, you just got to love the way this team is playing. And I'm with you. The Nashawn Wright story is really fabulous. And what's even funnier is that the Eagles worked all week on players ripping the ball out of the skill position players' hands, because that's what the Bears do. But I think, and I wonder if anyone had asked Nashawn Wright in the locker room after the game last night if he saw that on the film from the Giants game, because the Giants did that to Jalen Hurts, and Jalen Hurts only had 1 turnover.
I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah. And he did that. It happened in the Giants game, but he was ruled down. He was ruled no forward progress. His forward progress had stopped. So I wondered if maybe they saw that in their film study and thought, you know what, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to try to do. I love the passion that this team plays with. It's really fun to see on a regular basis.
What's also fun to see is how creative they get to try to exploit the things that they find that they think they can take advantage of, and just making the right moves in the right moment. I mean, even that touchdown pass to Cole Kmet, which was unbelievable. I mean, I was sitting there with my producer, Oh my gosh, I'm sitting there with my producer, and he's looking at Caleb. He's like, he's got a guy, he's got Swift or whatever it was, whoever the first read was. And my producer's like, well, he's like, this is never gonna work. And then he like throws the touchdown. And he's like, well, but what do we know? I was like, exactly. I mean, it just in the right moment, the catch, and Cole made the right move, and it was just Caleb saw it. That to me was definitely a moment of that felt like that was like the nail in the coffin for sure.
Aiden, let's hear the soundbite from Caleb Williams on the wind with why that Kmet touchdown looked so unlikely because of the wind.
Give me 1 second here. I'll pull it up for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was incredible. Rolling to his left, throwing across his body. Oh my
gosh.
Yeah,
yes.
That was pretty impressive.
The way, and I think that also what it was impressive was just how much we've talked about inaccuracies and some of those moments where he's overthrown a receiver with a chance like that, right? And it was right on the money. It was right on the money. I'm looking for this tweet from Greg Olsen last night when he talked about how Ben knew, like he said something about.
It was about the wind, about the coin toss. Yeah. We talked about that in the first segment. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that here in the first segment, how Ben Johnson, when they won the coin toss and they elected to receive, that way they were able to take the wind direction.
I wanted to read exactly what he wrote, but when he said it wasn't random, and I feel like nothing that Ben Johnson does is random. I don't think so.
Let's hear from Caleb Williams on that touchdown to Kmet.
That's the fun part about playing QB. It's dealing with conditions and then, finding ways to kind of calculate where you need to put the ball and how much air, especially when you have such weird gust that we had today. It would be kind of no wind and then, random points to be super heavy gust. And so, Cole ran a great route and they ended up dropping him and just kind of saw him flash. It's the play we haven't really practiced too much, especially this week with short week and all of that. So, it was something that we trusted, something we believe in ourselves as a team, as an offense, and as players. And Cole ran a great route, like I said. They kind of dropped him, saw a defender trying to catch up to him, just wanted to lay it out there, let the wind kind of push it back to him, and Cole made a great catch.
Cole Kmet's 21st touchdown in his career is now the second most by a Bears tight end, trailing only Mike Ditka as he passes Greg Olsen for the second most touchdowns in franchise history at the tight end position. Can we just go back to the short week? This was a short week.
It was a short week
with 2.5 walkthroughs, basically.
Yeah.
To even to have such a solid game plan, again, goes back to the way this team has prepared since training camp.
Yes, Peggy. Yes. I literally, as he said, short week, I was like, you're right. And it wasn't just that the way that they beat the Steelers team, but leading up to the Steelers game, so many questions about Aaron Rodgers and all this stuff. Like they've dealt with a lot just in the last 13 days and to be able to be as prepared as they were in that short amount of time, it's coaching. That goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It just, their preparation right now to me seems second to none for what the Bears need. They have got the right guy in place, making those decisions and putting them in positions to win, and they trust it. And they trust it, and they're making the plays when they need to.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Chase is on the south side. Hello, Chase.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
How are you?
I'm trying to help y'all safe holiday. Dionne, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Hey, so before I even get to my point, I think we all been a little bit hard on Poles on the decisions he's made over the last few years. But I would say so far, these last several weeks has been probably Rand Poles' defining moment where all his moves that he's made is really starting to show. Now, there's still some issues with the defensive line. Still got issues with that. But overall, his draft picks so far and his moves have all panned out so far this season. So I want to just get a shout out to Poles. And also, but ladies, I want to tell you, I was talking to Shea and Tyler this morning. I was telling them, it's funny how before the season started, we all was saying how, we'd be just happy with 9 or 10 wins. If this team to make the playoffs, we'd still be happy and, it'd be a special season. And then I was telling them, now I'm just as we go deeper in the season, the more they win these games, when I told them, like, I start getting Super Bowl or bust, they kind of japped at me. But and I know I'm going too far off the gun with that, but I'm just saying, like, given how far this team has come, it's like they've gone from being a team where, hey, we might be just happy winning 8-9 games to a team where in a year or two we could be talking about, man, Super Bowl or bust. That's just how far they come within a year or two, you know. And it's just crazy how last year at this time we were talking about firing a new GM and doing all the changes. Now you fast forward later, it's just weird how a year later, and now you wonder now, like, wow, do we have the best coach in the division? Do we have the best offensive line in the division? You know, coming into the season, we were predicted having the worst off line. Now we probably have and I want to ask you ladies this question before I get off. How do you feel like, do you think there is a chance we could beat the Packers? Do we match up well with them? Do you guys, Peggy, Dionne too, you watch this team, you see this team. How do we match up with the Packers and the Rams? Like, and I asked Shea that too. They kind of got mad when I asked them, but how do we match up well with the top teams in the NFC?
So right now with the Packers, their defense is stellar, right? The defense is very good, but the Bears have now faced a couple of defenses that have been pretty solid as well. And I think that Ben Johnson's offense has shown that there are enough creases in it to be able to find what will work against different defenses. I think the key with the Packers is going to be which Jordan Love are you getting and what offense are you getting? Because the offense seems to be very inconsistent, which we've seen in Chicago as well. So I think, they definitely match up with them. It's going to be a tough game against that defense. But listen, this is why Ben Johnson wanted a NFC North team that can run the ball in December outdoors, whether it's Soldier Field or Lambeau Field. And I think the Bears have the type of team that can compete with anybody.
You don't add Micah Parsons and not elevate your defense across the board, right? So that obviously their defense is very good. I think what matchup wise, I'm not as concerned with that. I just am not. As shorthanded as the Bears have been, at times on both sides of the ball, shuffling the offensive line and still finding ways to win, I think in that regard, they match up well. So the matchup I'm looking at more is probably Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur. Like, how is these head coaches going to handle this rivalry in the moment that they are? And going back to what Chase was saying about Ryan Poles, earlier this week, Cap and I were talking about, I think it was Olin Kreutz who said that Ryan Poles should be in the conversation for Executive of the Year. And Peggy, what a difference a year makes, because last year we were wondering if he was the right guy for the job. But you think about that offensive line, Darnell Wright, the way he brought in Jonah Jackson and Drew Dahlman and Joe Thuney, and then even Ozzie Trapillo, who started yesterday at left tackle, and that's where they wanted him to be from go, and he's kind of been in and out. You look at that. You look at the depth in the defense that stepped up in the moments that they've had to already. I mean, there's so many things, bringing in DeAndre Swift and just the things that he's done to build this roster. I think if we give it even more time, you can really point to a lot of things and reasons why he has built a winner and a team that can win. And that's been impressive. Bringing in Ben Johnson, paying him more than you've paid any head coach before, firing a head coach midseason like you did last year, like doing things differently. And I feel like that starts at the top to really build someone. And I think Ryan Poles does deserve some credit for that.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue on the phone lines, 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Wondering what makes neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, nothing fake. Because when good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. December is Customer Appreciation Month at the Lantern in Naperville. Stop in for your free raffle ticket for the 12 Bags of Christmas giveaway. Join them this Thursday from 7 to 9 p.m. for a neutral tasting event and enjoy neutral specials all day long. Neutral, real vodka, real juice, real tasty. When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Ball on the 28. Snap to Caleb. Fakes to Swift. Rolling to his left. Being chased. Gonna throw deep. He's got Kmet over the shoulder. End zone. Touchdown Bears. Touchdown Cole Kmet. What a play call by Ben Johnson. And a throw perfectly timed. Caleb to Cole. Bears extend the lead. 23-9. 6:19 to go.
And it was at that moment that Santa got up and decided to leave the building.
That was pretty funny.
One of my favorite visuals of the evening, or afternoon rather. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne, brought to you by Advantage Dealer Group. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule. That did make me laugh. They had the Grinch there yesterday, but man, did Eagles fans boo from the moment that game started. They were booing all day.
Yeah, they were booing their offensive coordinator. There was a lot of stuff on social media calling for Nick Sirianni to make a change at the OC. Listen, this defense that the Bears were able to score 3 touchdowns on. They give up the 4th fewest passing touchdowns in the NFL. They've only allowed 11 passing touchdowns heading into last night's game. So that Greg Olsen touchdown was huge. That was almost like an anomaly for that defense. And the red zone run by DeAndre Swift, again, same thing. One of the stoutest red zone defenses in the NFL. So I love that they are defying defying all the stats. Whether we're talking about strength of schedule, whether we're talking about a red zone defense, you can't throw on this team. They give up yards, but they don't give up touchdowns. I just love that they believe in themselves and they believe in the scheme and the game plan, and then they go out and execute it. I love it.
I know that we're kind of on this like winning hangover where we're all like giddy about stuff, but I kind of laugh at myself at some of the things I was questioning yesterday before the game. Like just some of the things you're like, oh, I don't know if they can keep up with that. And I don't know if Ben is going to have them ready for this. And just how many more ways do they have to show us that they're ready for anything at this point? Now, will they lose another game? Probably. My goodness, yes, probably. But at the same time, that they can compete at least. That they will be ready to make it a game, I think, with anybody who they step on the field with. I truly believe that, Peg.
Yeah, it's so funny because my son was home for Thanksgiving, and I said, I just don't feel good about this matchup with the Eagles. I said, it's a tough place to steal a win on the road at the Link in front of these fans. A get-right game for the Eagles trying to, after they gave up that 21-point lead on the Cowboys. I said, I just don't like it. And he looked at me and goes, Mom, but Ben Johnson's Bears, the hungry dog hunts harder. And I was like, oh, that's good. I had not heard that before. And I thought, you're right. Like when we've talked about that before. When you are the underdog and no one expects you to do it, it makes you want it more. And so as long as the Bears are not favored and as long as they are these underdogs, let's they're going to hunt harder because they're hungrier. So I think it's great.
Did either of you happen to see a certain tweet that was retweeted by Caleb Williams yesterday?
No, what was it?
No.
All right, I'm going to read it, but I can't say half these words.
Uh-oh.
The Bears are just blanking good. F your DVOA, F your EPA, F your spreadsheets, F the nerds. They just find ways to win a football game. F you. Retweeted by Caleb Williams.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so true. And that's exactly what we were just saying. They're defying all the statistics. And it's so exciting to watch. It's so exciting to be a part of. God, it's good. It's good to be a Bears fan again,
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's fun. I look forward to game day in a way that I haven't with this team. I feel like we said some of this in 2018. I truly believe that. I know we've talked about it a little bit, Peggy. I don't remember thinking that season would be a one-hit wonder. I remember thinking they were fun. Remember Club Dub? We thought that was really cool in the moment, and that Matt Nagy really had them going in the right direction. And then, of course, that didn't like evolve into anything. It ended up being just a one-hit wonder. But I truly believe that Ben is building it differently. I truly believe that. You can feel it. You can see it. Some of the things that were lacking in that team that in the moment when they're winning, you didn't notice it as much, but you notice how different it is having gone through all of that losing over the last couple of seasons. So it's impressive. It's remarkably impressive. He has been a phenomenal coach. And I know that he'll be in the conversation for Coach of the Year, and he absolutely should be. But also it's hard to argue with what Mike Vrabel is doing in New England, what's happened in Seattle, Indianapolis. It's all of those will also be in the conversation. So while impressive, like the Patriots no one thought the Patriots would be 11-2. I did see so many people saying, I call it now Patriots Bears Super Bowl, which would be hilarious, but that's a long way away at this point.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Arlington Heights, we find Austin up next. Hello, Austin. Welcome to Victory Saturday.
What's up, Peggy and Dionne? Happy Victory Saturday to you guys. It's been fun listening to you on this blistery drive. Wanted to tie in a few of the points that we've been talking about. First of which, obviously, Ben Johnson has brought belief back to the city of Chicago. It's been fun to be a Bears fan this year. We have OZ taking some roles, Rome starting to get more touches, and then Colson Loveland on offense. But this defense, I mean, we can talk about strength of schedule as much as we want, but we just dominated an Eagles team that beat the brakes off of a dynasty KC team not even a year ago. So I think a lot is to be said about the depth of that, and Ryan Poles putting together that team, and Dennis Allen being able to actually win games and be the leading takeaway leader in the NFL right now with these second, third guys that are coming up, with the linebackers being out and now having JJ and all those guys back, is going to be huge. So I'll let you guys talk about it. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Austin, be careful driving. Seriously, everyone who is out driving today, whether you are headed home or headed back out or heading to work, taking your kids to different sporting events, please be careful. I have to tell you, during our post-game show last night, and please, you guys, remember that we have the pregame show, the pre-pregame show before every Bears game. We carry the call of the game as well here on not only ESPN 1000, but we are part of the Chicago Bears radio network, which is a network of stations across the state that you can listen to the games on. And then the post-game show with Yurko and me, and then the post-game in Chicago only. But during the post-game show last night, Dionne, I got a text from someone who is close to Ben Johnson, and they were saying just like beaming over the job that he's doing. And they said, talk about capturing an entire city. And I texted back, and I said, unbelievable, truly. I said, it really is unbelievable. And they texted me back and said, the guy just gets it. And he does. He gets it. He gets what it is about in Chicago. He gets it. He's a football player at heart. He's a coach. He is intense, but he loves the city of Chicago. And I don't think we should ever take that lightly when he said how he would do his annual trip to a Cubs game with his family and take them because they love the city of Chicago. Guys, he is instilling that in this team to also embrace and love Chicago. And it's just fantastic.
It is fantastic. Also, if you listened to the post-game show last night, you heard Yurko talking about taking his shirt off at some point, which was a fun turn of events.
Oh, Lord. That got so ugly.
Oh, my gosh. That did get ugly fast.
Yeah. I mean, he's got so much hair on him that you could knit a sweater. I mean, Yurko might take his shirt off, and you might think he was wearing a sweater. I mean,
I don't know. Was Eric in the booth? Whoever said out of the blue in that whole mix, he just goes, "Is that a lion's tail?" And I'm not kidding. I laughed for so. I was like, "That's so inappropriate," and
I know
at the same time. Anyway, I digress. Please listen to the post-game show because you never know what Yurko is going to say. But Peggy, I do think you are right about how much Ben embraces this city and gets it, what the city is hungry for, not just hot dogs, but just hungry for in general when it comes to a football winner. Remember in his introductory press conference, he talked about how much he wanted this job. Ben Johnson had a chance to go pretty much anywhere he wanted to go, any place with an opening, right? For more than one offseason. And he waited. This is the job he wanted. What did he say? This is a sleeping giant. And he came in with a vision of making it the contender he wants it to be. And I think you are correct. We heard those words when he was hired. I don't know that we listened to how deeply, and we didn't know at the moment how intense he is and intentional he is about nothing is random, right? So I didn't know in the moment, and none of us did because we didn't know him, how intentional he was about that. But I think that's a really good point because they do echo that in the locker room, Peggy. They really pay attention to what how the city is embracing them. And he has captured and captivated the city in a new way. That is absolutely true.
I mean, come on. He turned down Tom Brady. He turned down he was Brady's number one target for the Raiders job. So, and how smart he was to do that. Time for us to take another break. When we come back, what is next for the Bears? Well, it's a meeting at Lambeau Field. 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
You guys know I was on the hunt for a new car. About this time last year, I wanted something special, luxurious, yet practical, and safe to drive in a snowstorm. Unsure where to start, I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, finding me the perfect ride. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura MDX that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond to match me with my right vehicle, but that's not just for me. They want to do the same thing for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, I cannot encourage you enough to head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
When your cat's mean, when your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious to buy chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See menards.com for details.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Hurts with a trio to the right, tight end left, play fake, pressure coming, Billings pressuring, Hurts coming to the near side, running it, now throws late, downfield, diving interception, Bears have taken it, it's Kevin Byard, the Philadelphia connection with Byard and Swift, and they're going to celebrate.
They were celebrating as Kevin Byard came up with his NFL-leading 6th interception of the season. He continues to find ways to take the ball away. He has had such an incredible year so far, and eager for more as they head into December, hoping to play their best football. Peggy, remember the last time the Bears were at Lambeau back in January? Do you remember what happened then?
Yeah, the Bears won.
Yeah, Bears won a 51-yard game winner from Cairo Santos. They broke the streak, and it has set them up for a much better 2025. So here's hoping they can figure that out again. It was their first win in Green Bay since 2015.
Yeah.
Like, I knew that, but
I know.
it's like when you say it out loud, you're like, dude, that's a decade.
You know that it's Packer week. Like, it's really not Packer week yet because the game is not until December 7th at 3:20 at Lambeau Field. The Bears have a good 9 days off. But you know that the next game is against the Packers when at the Blackhawks game right now at the United Center, fans broke out in a Green Bay sucks chant. I mean, that is hysterical that they're chanting that at a Blackhawks game. It's call it the happy hangover of a Bears win.
Yes.
Right?
It certainly is. And the city is thrilled with that for sure. Despite the snows that keeps falling outside, everyone's like skipping around town, and they will until we get to this game next week. And I do feel someone pointed out too that when the whole good, better, best, the Bears are finishing up the better portion of their season, and now they're ready for the best portion. And that is these final games that are going to be intense, are really going to test them. 3 against the NFC North. Last year, that win in Lambeau was their only division win last year. And now they have a chance to really make a statement again against Green Bay twice in 3 weeks. And that Cleveland game sandwiched in between there where they'll face another backup quarterback. And I mean, they just really have an opportunity. I don't think I picked them to have more than 9 games. And so to be sitting here at 9-3 and have 5 games left to try to win 10 and 11, maybe even more. I mean, who knows? I wanted to ask you this, Peggy, how has, like, not just the victory over the Eagles, but just 5 straight wins and like another winning streak, 9 of 10, just watching how Ben Johnson has put this together. How has that changed your expectations for what they can even accomplish right now?
Well, I did not even believe last week with the Steelers win. And it was because there was no Aaron Rodgers, right?
Right.
And so now that they have done it against the defending Super Bowl champs, that even though, yes, this team has struggled after giving up a 21-point lead to the Cowboys, but the Cowboys are a better team now too. So let's not forget about that. Yeah. The Eagles have quality wins. Okay. It has convinced me. I think anything is possible. I never would have thought that they could win the NFC North. I believe they can win the NFC North. Mm-hmm. And I say it cautiously because I feel like this is a team that's still developing. But boy, in Ben we trust. They are trusting in what he is teaching them and what he is telling them. And it's just, there's just stardust in every aspect of the head coaching job that he's doing, whether it's relationships with the players, having leadership in the locker room. I mean, my goodness, getting the best out of your rookies. You know, we questioned why the rookies weren't playing early on. Well, they got to earn my trust. They got to earn the coach's trust. They have to understand that in order to get reps, you know, the rock coming your way, you have to block. There's no rock without the block. And so now, like, you're seeing that they understand that and that it is coming their way now. You're seeing the rookies do it. Luther Burden, Colstead Loveling, Kyle Monungai, Ozzie Trapillo, your starting left tackle, Ruben Hippolyte coming in last week before he got injured. I mean, it is really, it's impressive to see how this CEO of the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson, has implemented his plan. It's just, to me, it's remarkable.
And he's done it with like no apologies and no like he just has stayed the course and no overreactions one way or another. You know, like there's no knee-jerk decisions. There's no like everything is so methodical. Everything is his plan. And I agree with you. I would never have thought they would compete in the NFC North, let alone in the NFC, for crying out loud. Like I did not imagine that, but I trust in what how he's going to prepare them for this week's game and then the next one. And then I trust in how he's doing that, him and his coaching staff, and how they've all bought in to this mindset of just, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let the fans do all of that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. And it has been fun. to me, it's fun to go on social media and just literally look for what's trending with the Bears. Super Bowl was trending in Illinois yesterday, which is amazing. Just watching some fans just make these videos of themselves excited about their team. And I just think that's fun. It just makes it more fun to see them finding ways to win this way.
Let's flash back to when Ben Johnson was hired 12 months ago. It was not even 12 months ago, when he was hired and when he was asked about playing against the NFC North and those hated Green Bay Packers.
I wanted to stay in this division. I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league, having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Okay, that is Professor Ben Johnson.
Yes.
Aiden, can you pull up just a juxtaposition here from the Professor Ben Johnson in trying to accept the job with the Chicago Bears to our mad scientist head coach in the locker room?
Yes, I can. Actually, let's hear from Ben first yesterday and just the difference in the tone of his voice.
Yes.
This is him on how the run game won it for the Bears.
Okay,
Can't say enough about that running game. I don't think we win that game if we're not able to run the ball like we were. You know, both the backs over 100 yards was just outstanding. You could feel decisiveness. You could feel them hitting it downhill. They turned on the gas and we're lowering their shoulders too. So that was so good to see, but it doesn't happen without that offensive line. You can't say enough about Ozzie and Joe and Drew Dahlman and Jonah and then Darnell. I mean, those guys, they were huge for us. And so really proud of them, really proud of the tight ends, the receivers.
You know, he did start talking about the receivers, and that was one of the things I also wanted to point out is on a day when the passing game was not working and it was a windy day at the link, and he was trying to get it going, and he realized in the first half that after he looked at the stats that he called too many pass plays. Those receivers being as selfless as they were, and Caleb Williams, I should say, talked about this as well. Whether you're a first-round draft pick like Roma Dunze and or the highest-paid player in a DJ Moore, and those guys blocking downfield was tremendous yesterday. They're a big part of the run game as well. And I just think that pointing that out, and if you ever watch the film and look to see what the tight ends and the wide receivers are doing, I mean, you see 13 personnel in, and it's unbelievable the blocks that those guys are laying. So, it's kudos to everyone being very selfless on this team.
Yes. Yeah. And recognizing that it's going to take everyone to win these games. And that's how they support each other. And that's from Caleb and the starters all the way to the practice squad. Like, they are one unit working as one team, and they all know that they are needed in this moment to help the Bears get where they want to go. You know, what's funny is last night during the post-game press conference, Peggy, I thought in my head, I was like, does his voice sound scratchy? Is he getting sick? Well, little did I know, he had just ripped his shirt off in the locker room and screaming to them. We had no idea until they released that video later. But you can hear it in his voice.
You should listen to Jeff Joniak, and Tom Thayer's post-game interview.
Yeah.
When they leave the booth and they go down to the locker room and Ben Johnson comes out. The timing of this, people, if you listen to the post-game on the Bears radio network, then Ben Johnson goes into the locker room with the players, presents the game balls, does the good, better, best after these wins, gives his post-game speech. Then he comes out of the locker room and visits with Tom and JJ. And sometimes he's very, very calm. And then when you see him, you're like, how did he just go from Mad Max the scientist to the professor in that post game? Like it truly is unbelievable. So he's crazy.
He's crazy. Yes, he's crazy. Like even earlier in the season, Peggy, didn't we get a lot of those pictures of him on the sidelines with that like such intensity look, and people would be like, our coach is insane, and I love it. And that is how he's like. He's cut differently. He's just built differently. And consequently, his team is built differently. It's fun. It's fun. I want more of it. At this point, I'm like, I'm in. Whatever.
I know. I know. I'm a believer. Daydream believer. And anyways, when we come back, you know what happens when the Bears start winning? The celebrities jump on the bandwagon. We'll hear from one of them when we come back.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Week 14 of the NFL takes the Bears up north to take on the Green Bay Packers. Nobody covers this rivalry like ESPN Chicago. Game time is next Sunday at 3:25. Join me, Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, and sync us up for the hometown call, live from Lambeau on the ESPN Chicago app. Bears and Packers on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves in, put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes! Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Snap placement made. Here's the kick to the
Let's
uprights,
go
and the
help
kick is no good.
Yes.
Ball game, baby. 52-yard try fails with 9 seconds to go. Elliott is no good, and the Bears are going to win again.
That is, of course, Jeff Joniak on the call, as he is each and every game here on the Bears Radio Network. We are wrapping up another exciting edition of Peggy and Dionne. Victory Saturday, as we are calling it. We hope everyone is staying safe. I'm noticing the snow is picking up a little bit more. So please, if you don't have to be on the roads, try not to be, and be safe today. But thanks for listening as we are wrapping this up. It flew by. We knew it would.
Aiden, can I just say well done with the Rocky music behind that, the game-winning call there by Jeff Joniak. Well done there.
It was only fitting.
Yeah, I love it. Hey guys, if you're watching Dionne and I on either YouTube or Twitch, our live stream, as always, is brought to you by the LaPorte Invitational. That's right. It is the top talent in the nation, top high school basketball that you can see January 9th through the 11th, 3 days, 12 games. Go to LaPorteInvitational.com. You know, when the Bears win, we start to hear the celebrities come out, or at least the networks go reach out to the celebrities to do a little promotion for them before the game, which is what Amazon Prime did yesterday, getting Arlington Heights native Sebastian Maniscalco.
One more, Tommy. Everywhere I go, people walk up to me and say, "The Bears are back."
1, 2, 3, Bears!
Listen, if you lived through 1985 Bears, it's hard to get excited about anything this team does. Back then, we were not hoping for a Super Bowl. We knew by mid-season. We were so confident we made a Super Bowl song in Week 12 with a full music video.
We are the Bears.
I remember Sweetness, McMahon's headband, Ditka's sweater, and Ditka's mustache, which had more testosterone than the whole team combined. And then after that, 40 years of pain.
It's impossible!
I've seen this movie before. So no, I'm not canceling my February plans to buy Super Bowl tickets just yet. But Caleb and company, you beat the Super Bowl champs this afternoon, I'm paying attention. You follow that up with a win next week in Lambeau, and I'm going full Chicago mode. I'm talking Portillo's, Jay's Beef, Lou Malnati's all night long. Yeah! And at that point, I'm putting the whole league on notice. The Bears are coming, baby. Get ready.
You better bet!
I mean, seriously, I love it.
So great.
I love it. It's contagious when the Bears win. And before, it was fun, but you were like, oh gosh, when is the magic running out, right?
Yeah,
and instead what we're finding out is that there is no magic involved. It's actually a foundation that has been put in place for how to win.
Yes. This is not just a one moment in time. This week I did watch the Shuffle on HBO. Did you watch it, Peggy?
I didn't watch it. How did you like it?
I liked it. I found it very interesting. I was unaware that they made this video about the Super Bowl the day after they lost that game to Miami, and then well before they even had made the Super Bowl. Like, I find that so fascinating. Like, it was to raise money, and nobody wanted to do it after they lost, and I thought it was very interesting. It's super short. It's like 40 minutes. As someone who is not from Chicago and wasn't obviously around during that time, I found it very interesting, and I loved it. They had so many different personalities, and they had to kind of convince each other to be involved. And it was a bold move to make something talking about the Super Bowl before you even made it, especially coming off your first loss.
Well, and the two biggest stars, McMahon and Walter Payton, really weren't a part of it. So they had to go back and green screen the guys in and convince them to do it.
So interesting.
Yeah, they taped it. They filmed it at the Park West. And back then, there was nothing about going viral. It just wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing. So, but they were the toast of the town. And that's what I look forward to here in Chicago is these Bears players really getting to understand what it's like to be the toast of the town in Chicago. It's unlike any other city when you are in Chicago, the star treatment that you get when you win it's pretty darn phenomenal.
Yeah. It's what everybody wants to talk about. And I don't remember the name of our caller today who called in, but said it's like everyone gets behind the Bears. And it's true. It's true. We talk about it all the time. When they're winning, it just is better for the city on a whole. And we need it. And they're fun and their coach is fun. And every week is like that we all can't wait to see what's going to happen next. And that is what makes the rest of this season so exciting. And now it's Packers week. Like, it just feels like it keeps getting better.
Oh my God, this is awesome. And I'm so glad we got a victory Saturday here on Peggy and Dionne. Gave us so much to talk about. Thank you all for the phone calls. Thank you for following. And don't forget to tune in to ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. That is the way to go when you're driving. Pop on the app and you can listen to our pregame coverage. You can listen to all of our shows. You can pull up some old shows as well. Listen to the call of the game and then the postgame as well. Aiden O'Connor, great job, buddy. Great to have you in. Thanks for coming in on a snowy Saturday. We have White Sox Weekly coming up next with Jack McGrath sitting in. Please be careful on the roadways today and enjoy the rest of your Thanksgiving weekend. Make it a great one, everyone. So long.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation's end of year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles, plus 0% financing for 5 years and 1 day professional installation. Window Nation's top quality windows come with a lifetime warranty, and I love how they save me money on energy bills. They hold an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out. 50% off and 0% interest for 5 years. The sale ends soon, so start now with a visit to windownation.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision, and the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. The All-State CTA Holiday Fleet is traveling through Chicagoland. Now in its 34th year, they can't wait for you to come aboard the decked-out and dazzling holiday train and bus. Every train line and 18 bus routes will have Santa visiting them. Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses, making riding a breeze. So grab the family, take some selfies, and celebrate the holidays with CTA. See the entire schedule and plan your trip at transitchicago.com/holidayfleet.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly, your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now, here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Welcome into White Sox Weekly. Jack McGrath in for Jeff Meller today. Jeff off for the holidays. I hope you had a nice, safe, fun Thanksgiving weekend, and we certainly turned into some of that holiday weather today. Doesn't feel like baseball season out there. The snow is starting to come down, and White Sox fans, happy holidays. Starting at just $66. Get a White Sox holiday pack redeemable for more than 50 games throughout the 2026 season. To learn more and purchase, visit whitesox.com/packs. Once again, Jack McGrath in for Jeff Meller today on White Sox Weekly. Aiden O'Connor's our producer today. You're going to hear his voice throughout the show as well. We are going to be answering today some of the biggest questions for the White Sox in the offseason, because dominoes are starting to fall, and one of the bigger dominoes that we expected to fall this offseason in Major League Baseball was Dylan Cease, and he has signed with the Toronto Blue Jays. That's according to Jeff Passan. It is a 7-year, $210 million deal for the former White Sox pitcher. So it has deferrals, kind of like that Shohei Ohtani contract did. So the present-day value is more like $182 million, but still a massive deal for Dylan Cease. He didn't have a great year last year. He's been somewhat inconsistent, but he still led the league among qualified pitchers in strikeouts through 9 innings with 11.5 Ks through 9. He had a 4.55 ERA, though, in just 168 innings pitched. So if that gives you any idea of what the market's going to look like this year. Now, he was one of the highest level starting pitchers out there. There's a lot of good power bats on the market this year, a lot of good high-level power bats. I mean, you have Pete Alonso, Kyle Schwarber, Kyle Tucker, Cody Bellinger. Cease was probably the best arm out there this year based on how well he's pitched over the past 5 years, but still a massive deal for him, and that's going to give you some indication of what the market could be this year. Don't expect the White Sox to shop at the top end of the market this year. That's kind of what we've heard from Chris Getz this offseason. But I do think you can expect them to make some key signings this offseason. It's a team that's on its way up. Improved the win total by almost 20 games last year. But the key domino that needs to fall for the White Sox, at least in my opinion, before we get things started here for the offseason, is Luis Robert. This has been one of the biggest questions for the past 2 off seasons, and very well may be the biggest question for the White Sox heading into next offseason as well, because he has another $20 million option going into the 2027 season. Will the White Sox trade Luis Robert, who still has value, for a load of prospects? But it might not be peak value for Luis Robert, because he has had a few down years and has shown that he has had a few injuries. This is the biggest question for the White Sox to start this offseason off. And I think there are 2 spots, and correct me if I'm wrong, Aiden, where the White Sox will have an opportunity this offseason to trade Luis Robert. One of them is right now. Because by trading Luis Robert, the White Sox hypothetically clear up $20 million in cash, which will allow them to go sign maybe a Ryan O'Hearn at first base or somebody else, or add on to that rotation, or maybe the bullpen. It would clear up a lot of cash for them to use to invest in the future, and maybe some more veteran pieces to bring on to help this young core. The other option would be to slow play it. Wait until you get closer to the season and some team misses out on one of these big power bats and feels like they need to make a move. Maybe one of these teams that's in contention for a Schwarber or a Bellinger. Maybe it's a Yankees or even the Dodgers or some other team that's willing to pay $20 million for Luis Robert and take that risk on and do it at the end of the offseason. There's going to be a window in the middle of the offseason where I don't think you're going to get very much for Luis Robert. It's either you do it right now and free up that cash, which I think would be one of the main purposes of trading Luis Robert, or you wait a while. Chris Getz has kind of been bashed a little bit for not coming down on his price for Robert. He said this last week when asked about how he's kind of being bashed for not coming down and being stubborn in his asking price. This is what Chris Getz said about Luis Robert and that asking price last week.
I don't follow it that closely, but I do know that, I have heard that, teams have been frustrated with asks, but that frustration is stemming from the fact that they really want the player. So there's different ways to view it. And the beauty of it all is he's our player, and he's someone that we're proud of, and we know that could help us win ball games. And if that means that, we're stubborn or we're asking for too much, so be it. But he's our player, and it's our right to handle it that way. It's
kind of a funny quote from Getz, and he's right. It is his right. But Chris Getz doesn't exactly get fired up. He's kind of always pretty monotone in his press conferences. That might be the most fired up I've heard Chris Getz, and he wasn't exactly fired up in that clip. My personal opinion, White Sox need to hold on to Luis Robert this year because I look at the names in free agency, and if you're not spending at the top of the market, there aren't a lot of young guys that have the same potential as Luis Robert or help the team in the same way Luis Robert does. Yes, the cash is important. The $20 million is important, especially for a team that has been for the majority of the past few years in the lower half of spending in Major League Baseball. I would keep Luis Robert this season and let it play out. Last year, towards the end of the year, after July, now he got hurt again. From July on, he hit .293, a .349 OBP, and an .808 slugging percentage. And he was on pace from July on for what would have been a 20-plus home run season again. If Luis Robert can be half of what he was hitting in his big season 2-3 years ago, then the defense and the running is so good that it makes him, once again, an above-average player. Once again, I mentioned Aiden O'Connor's with us. Aiden, I think the spot to trade him, if the White Sox are going to trade him, is right now, but I don't think they should do that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And you mentioned, slow playing this thing. And it almost seems as like Chris Getz in this front office has been slow playing it for years at this point, for at least a year and a half. But every time that, you talk about the deadline last season, you talk about now, it's a question of the health. And you mentioned, since he came back at the end of July, great numbers. Played in 110 games, and I think that's the catch where teams are maybe a little hesitant. But to go off the point you just made, you have the speed, you have the base running ability, the outfield ability. He's a true five-tool player when healthy. It's a question of the health. And another good point you just made there, Jack, is you never know what's going to happen when the season starts. There's certain teams that are going to go out. They're going to spend a ton of money. There's some teams that just don't. And you look at a team like the Milwaukee Brewers from last season, who weren't expected to be up there. They're never expected to be up there at the top of the payroll, but expected to be there late in the season in the playoff hunt. If a team like that, and you can go across the entire MLB, a team gets off to a hot start, and they're looking for that key piece to come in there and help, I think that's the time that Chris Getz can not only get what he wants for Robert, but maybe more.
And being stubborn is the exact right way to do this with Luis Robert, because there is a player in your system with immense talent who's only 28 years old still. I think with Luis Robert, we have a tendency, because he's been with the team for so long and already has 6 years of service time, that it's easy to look at him and think this is a player that's past his prime, but not necessarily. I think we've seen the best we're going to see from Luis Robert. But there is still a chance for him to get back to close to the levels that he was a couple of years ago when he absolutely dominated, when he was hitting for great power. I don't think from here on out he's a 223 hitter like he was last year. I think he's much better than that. I think he's better than a 1.5 WAR player. And if that's the price that teams are trying to buy low on, then that's not the price you want to give. And I think the key, too, is, Aiden, that $20 million option. So the cash part of it, the Sox have already decided they're going to either trade him or pick up the cash for this year. The other thing with that is there's another option for Luis Robert next year as well, a $20 million option for 2027. They can pay $2 million to get out of that option, so that's change for these teams. But a $20 million option going into next season for Luis Robert provides a lot of flexibility for the ball club. They could pick up the option. Let's say Luis Robert once again is hurt for a majority of the season and performs like he is. If they truly don't think they can trade him, then you don't pick up that option. There's a lot of flexibility for the ball club in terms of Luis Robert Jr. We are going to be answering all the big questions of the offseason. Scott Merkin has a really good article on MLB.com right now, which asks some of the big questions of the offseason, taking a little bit of inspiration from him, answering some of the questions that he posed to fans about the White Sox offseason. We're going to answer some of the big ones, and we've also created here at ESPN 1000 some of our own questions. A few of those. Ethan Katz has moved on. What is the impact of Zach Bove going to be? Also, another trade that maybe the White Sox should be looking at. Do they move one of the catchers, Edgar Caro or Kyle Teal? They also have Corey Lee in that system still. There's a log jam at the position, and the White Sox have a surplus of talent there. Will they move on? We're going to answer those two questions next. What's the impact of Zach Bove, and should the White Sox trade one of their catchers? That's all next here on White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
White Sox Weekly.
On Chicago's home for sports.
On the ESPN Chicago app, 100.3 HD2 and ESPN 1000. Two men, Pat Boyle, Barstool Chief, ice in their veins, hockey in their hearts.
Aww.
ESPN's The Hockey Show is back, ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees, just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest premier high school basketball showcase. 12 of America's top high school programs will compete from January 9th to 11th. Over 25 McDonald's All-Americans and 20 NBA draft picks have played there, including 2025 first overall NBA pick Cooper Flagg. 3 days of intense hoops, hustle, and heart at the LaPorte Civic Auditorium in LaPorte, Indiana, just a short drive from Chicago. The LaPorte Invitational, where tomorrow's college and NBA stars take flight. For scheduled tickets and more, go to LaPorteInvitational.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
I'm Alonzo Mourning. At the height of my basketball career, I was diagnosed with kidney disease that was later discovered to be APOL1-mediated kidney disease, or AMKD. I am teaming up with the American Kidney Fund to share an important message with you about AMKD, which is a serious and progressive form of genetic kidney disease that may eventually lead to kidney failure.
I'm LaVarn Burton, President and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. You may not know that kidney disease can have a genetic cause. AMKD occurs in people of African ancestry, and it's important to detect it early.
I encourage you to take charge of your health. Learn about your personal risks of developing kidney disease and talk to your doctor about getting tested.
To learn more about AMKD and how to be APOL1 aware, visit kidneyfund.org/AMKD.
A message from the American Kidney Fund.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Welcome to White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
MLB offseason dominoes starting to fall. We mentioned it earlier. Free agent starting pitcher Dylan Cease signed with the Blue Jays, a 7-year, $210 million deal with deferrals. Dominoes are starting to fall, which means the White Sox dominoes in the offseason will start to fall pretty soon here. Welcome back into White Sox Weekly. I'm Jack McGrath, in for Jeff Meller, who's off for the holidays. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. James Fegan of Sox Machine is going to join us at 1:30. He's going to be answering some more questions for us about the White Sox offseason and give his perspective on some of the moves he thinks the Sox should make and some of the impacts of this new staff. What myself and our producer Aiden O'Connor were talking about before break was that we don't think the White Sox should move on from Luis Robert at this exact moment. And if there's a time to trade him, this is one of those key times right now because it could clear $20 million of salary for the White Sox as they head into free agency to try to complement this roster. But one of the reasons we don't think they should trade him is because of the immense potential at 28 years old Robert still has. And Aiden, you mentioned at the break something to me, which I found very interesting. And it's this new staff that the White Sox could have an impact on him.
Yeah, in 110 games last season under Will Venable as the new Sox manager last year, like you said, 233, not great overall. But in a season plagued by injuries, once, for lack of a better term, once you let this new staff get their hands on Luis Robert, yes, you had some layover from a previous staff last year with Venable. You saw him clean house a little bit and get his guys in there that Will knows can help these young players out. Granted, Luis Robert is not a young player as compared to Chase McGrath or Colson Montgomery, but if he trusts these guys to get these hitters to play well and teach them, I almost just said the fundamentals of baseball. We're a little bit past that at this stage. But let them work with Luis Robert and see what happens at the start of the season.
Well, the thing is with Robert, it's in there.
Oh,
you know it's in there.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, which adjustment does he need to make to get it? And this last staff wasn't able to fix that. Derek Showman is the new hitting coach for the White Sox. In 2025, he was the assistant hitting coach for the Marlins. Prior to that, he served in the Minnesota Twins organization. But maybe he can unlock something in Luis Robert which can help him find the next level. Somebody else that was added to the White Sox staff is Zach Bove. And this was a little bit of a surprise to me, but I guess it makes sense in that you mentioned Will Venable bringing in his own staff, putting his stamp on the organization. Ethan Katz let go by the White Sox. It looks like he's found a new home in Houston as their assistant pitching coach, but Ethan Katz, as the pitching coach, was let go last year. And the pitching under Katz has developed quite well. I mean, all the way back to Giolito, to Crochet, to this year, Shane Smith developing as a Rule 5 draft pick and jumping up an entire level. It was a little bit surprising to see Ethan Katz on the outs, at least for me. But it might make sense in bringing in Zach Bove, who can... It seems like his philosophy is to do a lot of the little things that may kind of go under the radar. Do those well, the simple things, and that is controlling the strike zone and controlling the base paths. Last season, the Kansas City Royals, this is according to Fox Sports Stats, only gave up 70 stolen bases against them. The White Sox were near one of the worst teams in the league at that. They gave up 170 stolen bases. That's 100 over the course of the season. I mean, we're looking at the 2/3 of the games, the White Sox are giving up a stolen base where the Royals weren't giving up a stolen base. So that is a tremendous number. This is Zach Bove speaking on CHSN's White Sox podcast a couple of weeks ago, talking with Chuck Garfien about controlling base runners on the base paths like his team did with the Kansas City Royals last season.
It definitely came up on the call. It's obviously something that Will is, passionate about. And then diving into the White Sox pitchers, you didn't realize, this is definitely an area, we can clean up. But, I think, number one, again, a lot of credit to the Royals. Just what I learned in that process, we were very good at that the past 2 years. And again, I can't take credit for that. But I learned, hey, maybe let's focus on it a little differently. I think every team in spring training, makes this a priority, right? PFPs, feeling your position and stuff. But, we did, I think, do some really unique things in spring training, setting the tone. That was really, as game-like as possible, quick. It wasn't a lot of standing around. It was active. We made it really fun. We tracked it. We measured it. And then throughout the season, right, we did have some unique ways of doing it. And obviously started to share some of that with the White Sox and through the process. But it is going to be a focus because, hey, I love, pitch grips and striking guys out and walks and all that stuff. But we all know, like, limiting free passes, the extra bases is a huge part of it, especially when you're playing in those one-run games, right? At the end of the day, our job is to prevent runs. So, like, we're going to try to do check every box that goes into that. And obviously controlling the running game, being quick, to the plate. That's part of it. Is something that I saw worked at a very high level, and definitely look forward to bringing some of those things on top of hearing, what the current staff and will have in play for that area.
Both brings up the one-run games there, and stolen bases are a huge part of that. The walks are a huge part of that. The White Sox were atrocious in one-run games last year. And one-run games, those are supposed to be the toss-ups, right? The White Sox were 15-36 in one-run games last year. Get that back to 500, and the White Sox record looks a lot better. Their expected wins-losses on the season was 70-92. That's looking at some of the analytics and the math. That's on ESPN.com right here. But the White Sox actual record was 60-102. So 10 wins less than their play would indicate and their run differential would indicate. And that's because they were giving up those little things in those one-run games. The walks last year at some point, Jonathan Cannon's a good pitcher, but the walks doomed him at points last season. You have Sean Burke. The walks were an issue at points last season. These are guys that have good stuff and could be contributors, but the walks just sometimes, especially in the bullpen too, it made you put your hands in your head watching White Sox games. But that's something that it sounds like Zach Bove, whose Royals gave up some of the least amount of walks in all of Major League Baseball last season, nearly 100 walks less given up by the Royals than the White Sox, and Bove was an assistant pitching coach for the Royals last year. So control is something that you would think would improve this year, and that seems to be a focus of Will Venable.
Yeah, I distinctly remember both Will and Ethan Katz, who, as you mentioned, is no longer with the organization, last year at a certain point talk about, and it all goes back to the youth of this team, and especially your starting rotation and some of the guys, like a guy like Winkleman Gonzalez they started using out of the back end of the bullpen at certain times. They want the strikeouts. They want the big numbers. We saw it with Shane Smith. We saw it across the entire starting rotation, but at certain times, pitching for strikeouts is going to lead to those wild pitches, those walks, and they start to add up, especially when you have two solid catchers, and we'll get to them in a little bit too, that can throw guys out. If your pitcher isn't paying attention to the guys on base as well, the catcher doesn't stand a chance.
No, you're exactly right. We'll get to those catchers in a little bit because I know we talked about it. Will the White Sox move on from one of their catchers? This is Zach Bove talking specifically about that, how he plans to help these pitchers limit their walks. Same podcast from CHSN, the White Sox podcast.
Yeah, count leverage, right? I talk about leverage in two ways. Leverage a guy's superpowers, and then obviously count leverage, right? Leveraging putting the guys in better position to succeed from a count state. Again, nothing groundbreaking there. But I think how that's messaged, again, how it's tracked, how we train for it, whether that's in pens, catch play, understanding that individual, like what is, I think identifying walks, that's the easy part, right? But is it solely a zone issue? Is it a pitch location issue? Maybe there's a delivery issue that's tied with that. Maybe it's a mindset issue. Maybe the guy is, the intent's not there. Maybe he's trying to run away from barrel or contact or stuff like that. So it's educating the individual on what makes you really good, again, which in turn gives that guy individual confidence to attack the zone more. I think of count leverage as an invisible force. And what I mean by that is a 2-0 count to 0-2 count. We know the outcomes are different, right? But same pitch, same location, like we'd rather be in the 0-2 count than the 2-0 count, right? So it's just understanding that, tracking that, getting on the good side of that. We get to 2 strikes more often. We'll take our chances with the outcomes, but obviously with the walks, we're gonna lessen the opportunity to walk the guy if we're in those 0-2, 1-2 counts more often than not.
Get ahead early, man. Pitch to contact a little bit, but get ahead early, and that's kind of what Bove is preaching. And Aiden, to your point with the young guys, I think the team still, we saw it last year, has a little bit of growing up to do, and that makes sense with a young team that's been in the rebuilding phase. But for a young pitching staff, I think Zach Bove is going to be a guy who can help this team grow up and make fundamental baseball plays so they're not giving up those walks and giving extra base runners for a team that, talent-wise, the past few years hasn't been able to allow that and win games. Now, if you're the New York Yankees and you have players who you're paying like crazy, like an Aaron Judge, you can get away with some mistakes. The White Sox are a good team. They have talented players, but the past few years they haven't been at the talent level to where they can compensate for making some of those mistakes, and they have to play clean baseball to go out and win baseball games. And Zach Bove, it sounds like from a pitching perspective, is encouraging that the team plays clean baseball. And that's what I'm excited for, to see a cleaner game from the Chicago White Sox going forward. We mentioned the catcher conversation. We'll talk to James Fegan as well about this coming up from Sox Machine. He's going to join us here in about 5 minutes. Edgar Caro, Kyle Teal, Corey Lee. The big question for me is, can they play clean baseball at the catcher position? And I think we saw all of those guys take a step forward. Teal seems like the more athletic catcher behind the plate. Caro threw a lot of guys out on the base paths. His back pickoff was phenomenal last year at the end of the season. He threw multiple guys out there. They both seem to be able to play good defensive baseball at catcher. But there's two of them. And my concern with Edgar Caro as a DH is, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, Aiden, I don't know that his bat translates to a plus bat if you have to move him to either of the corner infield positions, which we haven't seen the Sox necessarily have a willingness to do, or to a DH position. He is valuable because his bat is good and he gets on base at a high level as a catcher. I don't know that he has the pop in his bat to be a designated hitter, which makes me lean more towards if you can swap Edgar Caro for a high-level first base prospect. I think that's something you have to consider, or a corner infield prospect, or even a corner outfield prospect. That might be something you consider if you're the White Sox. What do you think?
I completely agree, and I think it's different. Like you said, Caro's great at throwing guys out. Corey Lee was great at pitch framing once he kind of settled in the back half of the season. They both do something great, and it's not to only focus in on the two, because you mentioned Corey Lee as well as the third catcher. And Corey Lee's bat is someone who I think at the highest of highs does give you more pop than Edgar Caro. But it's the debate of you're not going to have three catchers.
You can't. In modern-day baseball, you can't carry three catchers on your roster, especially three catchers who haven't shown the positional flexibility that these three guys have. One of these guys is not going to be on the opening day roster, or at least shouldn't be. Maybe they all will be, but by the end of the year, I can't imagine all three of these guys are on the White Sox roster. So that's a move the White Sox are going to have to think about making. We have to go to a quick break because we're going to get James Fegan of Sox Machine. We'll dive into this more with him as well, because it's another one of these big questions of the offseason for the Chicago White Sox. Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, single game ticket pre-sales, and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. If you want to talk White Sox, 312-332-3776 is the number. This is White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's time for you to vent. The Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Parody Contest is on.
Deck the mics with music, Charlie.
Seasonal cheers plus bile-filled anger.
Then you vent on your team's folly.
Equals chestnuts roasting on the tire fire of your sports dreams. Compose yourself, compose your song, sing it with holiday joy, and submit it at ESPNChicagoContest.com. The top 5 finalists will perform at the annual Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Party. Presented by Surfside and brought to you by Rogers and Hollins. Also by Steinhoffels, Country Thunder, and Jewel Osco. Stay tuned for details on the holiday party at Empire Burgers and Brew in Naperville on December 19th.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Black Friday sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus get exclusive Black Friday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your Black Friday savings before they're gone at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Steinhaffel's biggest Black Friday sale is happening now. Save 10% store-wide and get $50 instant cash back for every $4.99 you spend. Plus, get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you use your Steinhaffel's credit card. And get amazing doorbusters like recliners at $229 and sofas just $299. Plus, buy a premium mattress and get free premier delivery on everything. Shop in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
My husband and I were ready to sell our home of 25 years, so we got it appraised. We thought we knew what to expect, but when our home appraisal came back, we felt robbed. Compared to a similar home right around the corner, our appraisal was $80,000 less. That's a big difference. It was the same type of home in the same neighborhood in the same condition and age.
A recent study found that Latino and Black homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original after removing family photos, Black art, and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly. ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox Weekly, Jack McGrath in for Jeff Meller, about to join James Fegan on the Yingling guest hotline. I do see a comment in the Twitch chat, though, that I want to address real quick. It does say that this is the comment, if the White Sox trade a catcher, they better get a haul. And I do think that if the White Sox were to trade a guy like Edgar Caro, they would get a top prospect back because he is a top prospect, so you would be trading him for a top prospect, just maybe somebody that has more positional flexibility, maybe a pitcher, maybe somebody with more positional flexibility that you can put at one of those corner infield slots or in the outfield. If you're watching on Twitch, just a reminder, our video streaming is brought to you by the LaPorte Invitational. The LaPorte Invitational is the Midwest's premier high school basketball showcase, January 9th through 11th in LaPorte, Indiana. For tickets, LaPorteInvitational.com. You can always watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Just search ESPN 1000 Chicago on both of those sites. Let's head out to our phone line where we find James Fegan of Sox Machine. James, happy Thanksgiving. It's starting to get a little chilly here. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. But we're talking about the catcher position and if the White Sox are going to move on from one of their catchers, because they once again, going into this year, have a surplus at the position of good young catchers. What are your thoughts on the situation? Do you expect the White Sox to move on from one of these catchers? And do you think they should move on from one of these catchers?
So I thought your comparison was helpful because you're talking about what your value for moving them one right now would be. And you could kind of get an equivalent value for, a different position, which is not like a finishing move, but maybe something you're doing is you're trying to form your team more into taking a step forward in terms of contention. It would be helpful, be useful to make your roster make a little bit more sense, but they're still kind of in the adding value stage. I don't think you could you traded Garrett Crochet, obviously that's the best player in the deal and most useful present value player, but you multiplied it into potentially 3 or 2 to 3 main players. I don't think you could multiply with Kara or Teal. You're not turning them into 2 future prospects or something like that. It's kind of equivalent but shifting position, which maybe is more of a move for next year. And certainly in talking to the White Sox, both privately and publicly, they've kind of said, yeah, that's something we're going to consider at some point, but this offseason is probably a little early for that. And I think it's both that factor and if you're probably picking one between two, and I definitely think they're kind of internally tilted towards Kyle Teal at this moment. With Caro, you're definitely not trading him at top value. I don't think he had a good rookie season, he had a solid rookie season. His bat played there. He got good reviews from the pitchers. But in terms of the questions about what his framing will be down the road or how much power will be able to show at some point, I don't think you're at the peak of this. And kind of them believing in Caro. I don't feel they would get what the top price would be at this juncture. And believing that he has more upside to show, I think if you're really considering both where the team will be in a year where it's more let's form this into a really full lineup and also
James,
I got player than he was his first year. I think next year makes a little bit more sense for that.
Yeah, speaking of Caro's potential, his home run number, his slug numbers weren't as high. Do you think there's more power in that bat? Because how I look at Edgar Caro is he is a plus bat at the catcher position, but you start to move him into that DH role, and he's not necessarily as much of a plus bat at that role. Do you think there's more power in that bat, or there's more to see from him at the plate too?
Certainly more than he showed last year. I don't think he's a 25 home run guy the exit velos never suggest that in the minors, but he had consistently hit 15 homers a year in the minors, and I think something like that is more reasonable. He struggled against right-handed pitching more than he normally does last year for a mechanical reason that he was pretty open about near the end of the season and looking towards fixing and kind of was optimistic about what the torpedo bat was doing. So I don't think he's going to be a guy who can't slug 400 the way he was kind of dealing with being a singles hitter and singles and walks guy this past year. I think he can be a 10 to 15 home run guy. I think he can slug over 400. I think there's more doubles and extra base power in there, especially if he kind of gets his mechanics in place against right-handed pitching. What really is he's able to prop up his line by just feasting on lefties as much as he did last year, which speaks well to the tool. But I don't think we've seen the full capabilities of the left-handed swing yet. So I think there's a little more there.
James Fegan of Sox Machine joining us here on White Sox Weekly. Jack McGrath in for Jeff Meller. Speaking of unlocking some power, Luis Robert, I feel like this was last offseason's question. It's this offseason's question. Might be next offseason's question, too. What would your prediction be right now for Luis Robert? Is he on the roster at opening day?
Yeah, I think so. When you have a team that's open to trading him and maybe not the strongest free agent market. I can't say put it in writing, put it in ink or anything like that. it's still a little bit flux, but I don't think there's going to be a major change in what his value was and how the White Sox were approaching it from this trade deadline over the winter. Certainly not after he got hurt and kind of, it was kind of both. His second half reaffirmed what people thought about him in both ways, where you saw him be a lot more productive, but you also saw the injury side of it, which is why his value has been tricky to pin down. Other teams thought the Sox were holding out for what Robert's ceiling was in terms of trade value. They weren't just trying to, get off him, and the White Sox kind of said that we're okay with that. We're not going to try to, sell somebody who's been really important to our franchise and we think has potential just for like whatever we can get if it's not going to be impact. So I think they're content to wait around, and I don't think that the value is going to change in some big way until he starts playing well again and stays healthy for a long period of time.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think they should trade him at this point. I think you got to hold until he starts to show some of that potential again, especially at the plate. He's always going to have the speed, but you need the potential at the plate. Maybe some of these new assistant coaches can help bring that out of him. You just wrote a really good piece that I read on Sox Machine about Zach Bove and what he can bring to the table. It was very in-depth, and I appreciated it. We also just played some of his quotes about limiting walks and controlling the base paths as well. What do you think the main things that Zach Bove, the new pitching coach for the Chicago White Sox, replacing Ethan Katz, what do you think Zach Bove brings to the table?
So one thing, he's very open-minded. I think, two children on the internet like us can appreciate, someone like him who entered in the coaching. He didn't pitch, at a high level, and he was, a hitting coach at where he was originally at, and they switched into pitching. So as much as, he pitched in college a little bit more than us, but he really learned a lot of his trade by, reading up on Driveline or watching interviews with pitchers and seeing grips. Now, he had the opportunity to apply them with pitchers, and do a lot of trial and error more than the average person. But it's someone who's very open to outsider sources of information. But that said, going into specifics, with things the Royals did last year that you would love to see come over is obviously they controlled the running game really well, best in the league by far. And the White Sox have been, a laggard in that area really for the last 5 years. Not even when they were good, they didn't control the running game very well. So bringing some of those tactics would obviously be useful, but something Bove mentioned specifically is that the Royals had a lot of success with expanding guys' arsenals, where even if they're a four-seam guy, just having them throw a couple sinkers in the game just to throw off hitters and make it a little bit harder to square up. You don't need a great second fastball or something like that, but something to throw off hitters and add a little hitch to their timing was something they had a lot of success, and they didn't allow many home runs just because they were not very easy to square up because they're always throwing different shapes at guys. So you saw a little bit of that with the White Sox last year. Some fits and starts with it, but somebody who's coming over who's had a lot of success and made some young pitchers like Chris Bubich and Noah Cameron outperform expectations with stuff like that. I think that's kind of what you're hoping for, especially with some of the guys like Burke or Cannon, who you kind of felt stagnated at points during the last year and had to get sent down for portions. Giving them some extra tools to get through hitters, to get weak contacts, that could lead to them getting closer to maybe what we expected them to end 2025 looking like.
Yeah, I think you saw a few pitchers last year, Shane Smith being one of them, that just added an extra pitch, and it took them to the next level. And if that's something the White Sox continue, it's clearly something the White Sox organization and Will Venable believe can take a pitcher to the next level. So if he continues to do that. One thing I noticed that Zach Bove said, he said on the CHSN White Sox podcast in his interview, he said that they asked him what he sees his rotation being. And he said all the guys who were in the rotation last year are going to have a chance, but he also believes there's some guys maybe coming up through the system that could have a chance at the rotation next year. Do you think there's anybody that might be going under the radar, or maybe even one of those top prospects that we could be looking at as a key part of this rotation next season?
Well, you got a lot of potential areas of influx. You got a lot of guys coming back from TJ. Obviously, that wouldn't be a big thing until the All-Star break. It's really the earliest you could really bank on anybody, but Drew Thorpe, Kai Bush, guys who we were thinking of at the end of 2024, seeing them what they can do back, that could be one avenue. They were really hoping that Noah Schultz and Hagen Smith would be guys who were knocking on the door at the end of this past season. That didn't happen with Schultz getting hurt and Smith struggling with control more than they anticipated, but good, healthy springs where either one of them can put them on the doorstep, and they obviously both have this upper-level talent where they could kind of shoot through very quickly as long as the organization's willing to try them out, and I think they are this year. But, somebody I've been high on from when they were drafted, just on the raw tools he had, who really put it together last year, Terry McDougal just got added to the 40-man. That dude can throw upper 90s. He has 2 very nasty breaking balls. He barely used his changeup last year, but that's the pitch he's been throwing since he was like a little kid because his dad wouldn't let him throw breaking balls when he was little. He's got stuff where if like he's throwing strikes now, and he was last year after he really like dedicated himself to his off-season conditioning and went to Cressy Sports Performance in the winter, which he's done again this year. He's a guy I think can really pop. I don't know like if it's starter. I don't know if it's like a Grant Taylor type of multi-inning nasty reliever role, but like that's impact stuff in the system that put himself on the doorstep of the majors last year, and that'd probably be my sleeper of who could kind of surprise you, because I don't think that's a name that was really being touted as the future until what he was showing down the stretch last season.
Yeah, 3.23 ERA in Double-A last season. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is the highest level he's played at so far Double-A, I believe? Do you think he's going to be one of those guys that could make that jump straight from Double-A to the big leagues and make the opening day roster?
I think if he were doing that would probably it would take like an awesome spring training, and I feel like if he started out in the majors, it would probably be more likely in relief. And, he's even said as much than starting. I imagine it a little bit of like, I know they're a little bit wary of putting guys they really care about in that Charlotte environment. And Tanner's not like a big ground ball good dude who would necessarily be protected from how homer friendly that place is. But I think he's a guy who probably breaks in midseason a little bit more, especially, he got up to 113 innings last season, but he hasn't thrown more than that. So I don't know if they step on the gas pedal to have him up in March. That might lead to him running out of innings, but certainly someone, if he pitches well mid-season, you can see him doing something and looking exciting.
Last guy I want to ask you about here, Braden Montgomery could fill a very key outfield spot. Where do you see him in the calculation here? As the White Sox address the offseason, because they probably need another corner outfielder or at least outfield depth. Where do you think he plays in terms of how the White Sox are going to plan out this offseason? And will we get some indication based on how the White Sox do plan this offseason as to whether we'll see him this year?
I think he is your long-term, like as we stand today, obviously he has to perform, like he's your right fielder of the future. I don't think that happens opening day. I think that's something he has to perform really highly to make it a mid-season possibility. There are some strikeout issues there. It got close to 30 in Double-A. It's not like that's something you can just coast by, but I think you still have to round out your outfield like you're not going to get contributions in Braden Montgomery. I think you need legit starters there. You can't just have somebody who's going to, be a placeholder for 6 weeks and then, just be Braden for the next 10 years. But I definitely think you are viewing him as someone who's looming in that long-term picture rather than you're trying to get like your right fielder of the future on the open market this year. Now they're in a position right now where they just need outfielders of any stripe, and they can't be too picky of it. Like, taking a chance on like Everson Pereira in that trade. That's exactly the sort of stuff they should be doing. So you might see them kind of stacking post-hype prospects like that. But I think Braden's still probably the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak, of who you can really look in the system and say, like, I think that guy has a future role in this outfield. Whereas, beyond Luis Robert, there's not really that many certainties in the outfield right now.
All right, James Fegan, the Sox Machine, joining us here. Last question I have for you. Any names or any players you're keeping an eye on this offseason? Anything you heard for the White Sox?
Not really. Like, I think everything's going to be in that 1 year. I think if the right situation emerges, or if it's a starter they really want to eat innings, you can see them throw out a 2-year deal. But I feel like it's so many. It feels like a lot like last season, where it's like, hey, can we build like a veteran platoon in the outfield corner on the cheap here, or do we need one like kind of steady infielder around this mix, rather than seeing somebody who's really going to come and be a star contributor, or you're even like an everyday guy really clearly. I think they kind of have to scrounge around and be opportunistic, like whose market kind of falls, who kind of needs an opportunity for playing time to reestablish what they've been in the past, or who's kind of a prospect who's kind of run out of runway at another team who used to look like a top 100 guy but now just needs a chance to play. I think that's kind of the level they're shopping at, and that can be hard to predict. That's kind of, you got to be ready for your opportunity to strike there.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, James. James Fegan of Sox Machine joining us on the Yingling guest hotline. James, stay warm out there in the snow. It's getting messy out there. Stay warm, and happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Thanks for having me.
All right. That was James Fegan of Sox Machine. Coming up next, our producer, Aiden O'Connor, called me soft. And I didn't like it, but I think he might be right as to the reason why he called me soft. I'm going to tell you why. He said I was weak and soft. That's coming up next here on White Sox Weekly. I'll also tell you how it relates to the White Sox. That's coming up next. White Sox Weekly, ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly
On the home of the Chicago White Sox.
ESPN 1000.
Here comes football. Week 14 of the NFL takes the Bears up north to take on the Green Bay Packers. Nobody covers this rivalry like ESPN Chicago. Game time is next Sunday at 3:25. Join me, Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, and sync us up for the hometown call, live from Lambeau on the ESPN Chicago app. Bears and Packers on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet. Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Saturdays in Illinois, college football, history, and that orange and blue pride.
Yeah, from the first kickoff at Geese Memorial Stadium to the last tailgate in Champaign, Illini tradition runs deep.
And you know what keeps the game day going? Flight by Yingling.
Crisp, clean, light on calories, and a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
Whether you're tailgating on campus or cheering from Chicago, raise one to the orange and blue.
Football's better with flight.
Raise the bar. Take flight. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Menards Black Friday sale is here. Get everything you need to bring home the holidays. A Nerf Blaster dog toy blasts tennis balls 75 feet. Fun for you and your pup. Just $15.99. Delicious to buy chocolate is $12.99 a bag. Color-changing squish lamps and Performax drill bit sets are only $4.99 each. Menards has great Black Friday gifts for everyone in your family. Hurry in while supplies last. Good through November 30th. See Menards.com for details.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other, with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is White Sox Weekly on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sox fans looking for a great Black Friday or Cyber Monday deal? We have you covered now through December 5th. Shop our fall flash sale and save up to 35% on single game suites for select 2026 games. For more information and to purchase your suite, visit whitesox.com/flash sale. Now, why our producer, Aiden O'Connor, called me soft, and I think it might be fair, is it was cold out on Thanksgiving. So my cousin, he rented a rec center, and it had a little turf field, and we played our turkey bowl indoors. How this relates to the White Sox, you ask? Well, Justin Ishbia met with the Pope about 10, 11 days ago now, and he told the Pope that he might be looking to build a new stadium for the Chicago White Sox. Well, personally, it did feel fake for me in terms of playing football indoors. Well, outdoors is a whole lot better, and it feels like real baseball and real sports. So that's how it connects to the White Sox. So if they do eventually build a new stadium, 2029, the lease expires on guarantee rate field, well, I hope that they are able to keep it outside and not play indoors. Ron on the South Side, real quick. We have 1 minute, Ron. You wanted to talk about Miguel Vargas. Ron on the South Side on the phone line.
Yeah, you know, he started out pretty good the season, and remember, because he struggled in 24.
Yeah.
So just wondering, do you see him as a utility player? Where will he?
Miguel Vargas, I think he's important for the corner spots, either first base or third base. I maybe he can play the outfield. I don't see him as a middle infielder from here on out, and I think they're solidified with Montgomery and Chase Mydroth in the middle infield for the most part, and they also have some younger prospects. Jacob Gonzalez is one of them who can play the middle infield, so I see him more as a corner infielder, and I think that's important because that's a place of need right now for the Chicago White Sox. Thanks for the call, Ron. I appreciate it. And before we get going here, stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow the @White Sox on social today. That's going to wrap us up on White Sox Weekly. Jack McGrath in for Jeff Meller. A big thank you to our producer, Aiden O'Connor. Jeff will be back next week. Rule 5 draft coming up. White Sox have been good. That'll be next week on White Sox Weekly. LSU at Oklahoma coming up.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options